There's a possibility gone off there. You asked me if it's on your phone. I said, yeah. Your phone was cooking while I was with you. Yeah. But then I can see it's there low. Oh, show where in the it's that's right. Yeah. That's good.
By the way, folks, there are seats up here. I don't like to scare, there's no reserved seats today. So rather than clustering at the back or the line, there are plenty of seats down here, should you wish to avail yourself. Or not. As Jane points out, it's like people economy up to the sun. Oh, there it comes. In the good news department, Billy Abbott's phone has been found. We don't know what happened to it, but it's been found. Another piece of lost property. Somebody's bonnet was left yesterday. If anybody wants to claim it, otherwise we will raffle it off at the end. Well, it's yours. It's now on the floor, so you probably don't want to wear it. Anyway, hello everybody. Thanks for coming on time. Fantastic. We're going to have a really, really exciting day today. Not that yesterday wasn't exciting, because it was. A couple of great sessions here. First one being about how to establish a new distillery. Now Ian was talking about the blank canvas yesterday, which is a very good way of thinking about what it's like. And a blank canvas can be an opportunity. It can also be slightly daunting, slightly scary. As a writer, I know the fear of blank pages is something that haunts me all the time. So what we're going to be looking at in this first session is really how to start a distillery. And we've got four distillers with different stories as well. So we've got one who is part of a reset of an established whisky country, which is Tanko. We've one working as a pioneer in I would say one of the most exciting whisky producing countries, that's Jane. And we've got one who's at the forefront of a new country that's being established, that's mad. And then we have, I don't like to say the bravest man amongst them all, but a man who is the first person to establish a distillery in his country, and that's Brian. So I think between all of them, you've got really interesting perspectives that I'm looking forward to hearing from you. And it's about resources, it's about growing pains, it's about intentionality, it's about quality, it's about community, it's about creativity, it's about what whisky is all about. From me, I'm going to hand over to Jane, and as ever, all will speak, then we'll have a Q&A, so get ready for the questions. Over to you.
Hello everyone. I'll just make sure that this is nice and clear. Can everybody hear me up to that bed? Excellent. Firstly, thank you all so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here, and I feel very honoured to be speaking to you all today. I've been given the opportunity to speak on founding philosophies, which this is the topic I was really excited to speak about today, as it really just allows me to tell our story and to talk about some topics that are truly important to us at our distillery. So, for those of you who don't already know me, my name is Jane Overeem, and I'm the co-owner of Overeem Distillery. Now, Overeem Distillery is located in Tasmania, a beautiful island at the bottom of Australia. You see that gorgeous little heart-shaped island at the bottom there? That's Tasmania. We employ a wonderful young team of industry professionals and produce around 80,000 litres of premium single malt spirit every year. I have been involved in the whisky industry for 18 years now. I started my career, I started in the whisky industry as a sprightly 18-year-old attending whisky shows and conferences alongside my dad, Casey Overeem, and he's also the founder of Overeem Distillery and also one of Australia's whisky industry pioneers. Actually, Dad is here today, so I might just point him out. Yeah, if you wanted to stand up, that'd be great. So I learned to distill from Dad at the age of 19, and when I was 20, I set off around Australia with my cart boot packed full of Overeem single malt whisky, with a mission to place Overeem into as many venues as possible. Since then, I've hosted hundreds of whisky masterclasses, tastings and tours, and I've occupied the sales and marketing manager role for the oldest distillery in Australia. Some of you may be familiar with Lark Distillery. And now my husband Mark and I solely own Overeem Distillery. Mark, it's your turn to stand up now. My husband and I I feel so fortunate to be involved in this industry. Literally, as I was growing up, so was the Australian whisky industry. I've really watched it change and grow before my eyes. There have been many positive changes over the past 15 years, and I'm really optimistic about the future of New World whisky and very excited to be bringing Overeem Distillery into the future. So, founding philosophies. When I was preparing for this event, I googled these two words and thought, what am I going to speak about? But I was amazed at just how important these two words, these two elements, have been for us when both establishing and growing our distillery. So I have what I googled on the screen for you to read along with me. So a foundation is the lowest load-bearing part of a structure from which everything is built upon. It gives the structure strength and stability. The stronger the foundation, the stronger the structure. A philosophy is a theory or attitude that acts as a guiding principle for behaviour. It is the baseline upon which all decisions are made. So I thought it'd be really great to share with you today just how important these two elements have been for us when both establishing and growing our distillery. How founding philosophies have impacted our whys, our hows, our whats and our whens, and how they've created customer rapport and loyalty, along with the impact they've had on longevity and legacy. So let's start by heading back to the 80s. What a gorgeous looking couple, wouldn't you agree? Okay, so the lady on the right there is my mother, Greta Overeem, and that is, believe it or not, the founder of Overeem Distillery, looking a little younger back then. That's Casey Overeem, my father. Now, this next photo is them on their wedding day. Now, shortly after this photo was taken, Mum and Dad set off to Norway on their honeymoon. Mum is Norwegian. And little did they know that this trip to Norway would see Dad have his first experience with distillation, and leading him to make himself a promise that would change the lives of many people years later, and a promise that would be the foundation and motivation behind starting one of Australia's most successful whisky distilleries. So here they were, in one of Mum's relatives' homes. His name was Uncle Odd. And Uncle Odd took Dad downstairs to his underground basement to show him what he was doing. A small still that he was working from, producing beautiful quality spirit from home. Now, Dad, being a fitter and machinist by trade, was fascinated with what Uncle Odd was doing. Uncle Odd passed Dad a large glass of clear spirit coming straight off the still and said, "Casey, skål." Now, Dad quickly drank the entire glass in one go. Uncle Odd immediately said, shocked, to Dad, "Casey, why did you drink it so fast?" And Dad said, "You said to skull," unknowing that skål in Norwegian means cheers. But in Australia, skull means to drink something in one go. Funny story, but even though the hairs on the back of Dad's neck definitely stood up that day, it was this single experience that led him to make himself a promise. He said to Mum on the plane on the way back home, "I'm going to do that one day." But Dad was, and still is, a very patient man. After 2 decades of research, including a trip to Scotland and many backyard trials, Dad founded Overeem Distillery in 2007 as a hobby business in semi-retirement in a custom-built shed in the front yard of our family home. You can see that beautiful little setup there. Casey had now made an even greater promise: to create a whisky that would stand alongside the best whiskies in the world. This was the goal. This was the founding principle, the reference point. Now, everything Dad did when founding Overeem was in support of fulfilling his founding promise to create and craft a quality whisky that could stand alongside the best in the world. And to achieve this, no part of the process would ever be compromised and no corners would be cut. He had a saying that near enough was awful. And this was an indication of his absolute meticulous craftsmanship, his precision, and his meticulous nature. And as a retirement venture, Dad had time. So if there was a long, slow, patient way to do something, Dad would do it that way, which was very frustrating to me at times. Now, he trained me to distill in the early days, and I'll never forget how he made me hose down the concrete for ages before we even started distilling, just to ensure that no dirt would come into the distillery and everything was spotless. I remember hosing out all the used vessels thoroughly, and not just setting them aside wet, but drying them thoroughly so that no dirt or dust could stick to the vessels and no mould would grow. Dad really became known as the most meticulous craftsman. Everyone that visited Overeem Distillery said it was the cleanest distillery they'd ever seen. And this was so important to Dad, to ensure that his product would be of the absolute highest quality. He'd only ever used local ingredients, Tasmanian barley, Tasmanian water, and he did this because we're so lucky in Tasmania to have some of the most pure water in the world and beautiful, rich, oily barley. Photo here of Tasmania. He employed long ferments, very long ferments actually, slow distillations, and we matured all of our whisky in cool, dark bond stores. It was never a race, it was a journey. But Overeem whisky was more than just the quality of the whisky in the bottle. Dad always said to us that the business should be fun. We needed to enjoy the process, and so do our customers. And this became so evident when we began selling our whisky. Dad was always so generous with his time and with his knowledge, and with his whisky samples. And and always tried to add value to customers' whisky experiences in any way that he could. He was always a crowd favourite at whisky shows and tastings. We'd often end up out for dinner with customers who quickly became new friends at the end of any events. Now, because of these founding principles, quality local ingredients, slow and meticulous production methods, patience and precision, along with offering a fun and valuable experience for customers, people fell in love with Overeem quickly. In 2012, Dad set me a challenge which I embraced. I packed my car full of whisky and headed to the eastern states of Australia with the ambition to place Overeem into as many venues as possible. Now, this was certainly a challenge because there was very little Australian whisky available on the shelves. Overeem was only the 4th distillery to open its doors in Tasmania, so you can imagine me trying to convince people that yes, we do make whisky in Tasmania, and yes, we make great whisky in Tasmania, when almost everything at the time was from Scotland. But I adopted what I really admired about Dad and still do, and that was to create time for people, make time for people, and to create genuine friendships and relationships and add value to their whisky experience in any way that I could. Now, after a few short years, we had established a very loyal following nationally. We'd created a quality product that was very consistent. We'd established meaningful relationships, and after receiving multiple international awards, the demand for Overeem quickly surpassed our ability to supply. All the casks that we were releasing online were selling out within minutes. And as a result, Dad knew it was time to upscale production and probably hire staff. And for someone in semi-retirement, he was not that excited about doing this. Instead, he actually did something no one saw coming. He reluctantly sold Overeem Distillery to a group of local investors who had recently purchased Lark Distillery in the hope to consolidate the market. So Lark and Overeem merged, and I was employed with the new company as the sales and marketing manager for both brands and the Overeem brand ambassador for a few years. But it was during this time that I realised I missed the family operation. I missed the way we did things, and I missed Dad's founding philosophies. It really became apparent to me during this time that the motivations that once led Overeem to incredible success in such a short period didn't actually transition into the new company. And sadly, the momentum behind the Overeem brand came to a halt. The promise, the reference point, and the founding philosophies had been forgotten, and the distillery and brand had lost its direction. So after realising what was really important to both Mark and I, we ventured out and started our own distillery in 2016. We were willing to start from the beginning all over again, using the same founding principles from which Overeem Distillery was built. But then, a sudden twist in the story. While Mark and I were busy in production at our new distillery under Dad's mentorship, we were approached by the investor group with the opportunity to buy Overeem back. The Overeem, which we did in July 2020. The Overeem brand was now back in family hands, but this time the new generation. It was a miracle really, and a really great news story for the Australian whisky industry. So Mark and I immediately adopted, reiterated and re-implemented the founding philosophies of Overeem Distillery and used these as the foundation to build our new company from, with Dad's promise as our reference point, our baseline and our why. So now, Dad's founding philosophies still impact almost all the decisions we make in our distillery today. Our attention to detail, our slow and patient approach to everything we do, our ability to pause, stop and make considered decisions all relate to adopting this strong foundation. Our attitude to production still remains the same, never cutting corners to rush to market or cut costs. Quality is paramount. It's not a race, it's a journey. Near enough is awful. We still use exclusively Tasmanian ingredients, long fermentations, slow distillations, cool dark font stores, and non-chill filtered whisky. And these things will never change. We have humble ambitions. We do not wish to be the next big thing. Our mission is to be a 100% family-owned operation with a meaningful impact locally and established presence globally. As previously mentioned, our current production is just less than 100,000 litres per annum, and our team, you can see a picture there, is small, but very skilled and very driven. We recruit on personality and attitude to ensure we've got a team that understands, adopts and follows the overend philosophy religiously, understanding and valuing its importance and the legacy that it's creating. Our team are also all generous with their time and their knowledge, and they too try to add value to the customer's whisky experience in any way that they can. At Overend, we're incredibly mindful and careful in what events we participate in or host. Is there customer value? Can we create a long-term relationship? Is the event quality, and does it align with the Overend brand? We are also careful and considerate when it comes to innovation. We're definitely not innovative when it comes to production, as we follow a proven recipe and a strict production process. We're also not innovative when it comes to speeding up the maturation or production process to make more money or save time, which is often the way of today's society. However, we definitely do value innovation within our distilleries, and we always encourage our team to be innovative in other ways, like selection of special cask types, the way we run and host our tours and experiences, the way we pack and ship our products, and our recruitment strategies and so forth. But we will never release a whisky just to be different. All the whiskies we release must align with Casey's promise, a whisky that can stand proudly alongside the best whiskies in the world. Although the future of New World whiskies excites us, it's our foundations that ground us. Founding philosophies are real. They are the vision, the original dream, the motivation, and the reason it all started. They're the reference point. They attract the right staff and give them meaning and purpose. They attract the right customers and give them something to remember you by and grab hold of. And ultimately, they tell the business where it needs to go. They point it in the right direction and they make business decisions a lot easier to make. We are so grateful for Dad's founding philosophies and his philosophies, and that still drive our distillery today. Thank you. There's a little photo back there of the new distillery. So you saw the cute little operation in Dad's shed. This is the new shed. So when Mark and I ventured out and started our own distillery in 2016, we just quietly set up in a beautiful warehouse near our home and popped some stills in there and just were in quiet production for 3 years. But then when we got over and back, all of a sudden, cellar door, visitors, the whole lot. So we made the warehouse beautiful, I like to think. All right, thanks everyone.
Thank you so much. So plenty to digest there, some great presentation. And also, we have Katie, so I dare say some questions will be coming your way. So, next up we have Taiko from Shizuoka, the wonderful Shizuoka distillery.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Taiko Nakamura. I am the founder of Shizuoka Distillery. I usually speak Japanese, so I'm sorry, my English is not good, but I try to speak in English with a script. So, yes, let's start with. I am the founder of Shizuoka Distillery, and I'm managing director and district manager, and also master blender. I do everything. And I introduce my co-founder, Mika. Please stand up, Mika. She's co-founder and deputy managing director and CFO and CLO, and she's my wife. And she loves peated whiskey. She drinks a lot, much more than me. So she knows whiskey very well. Okay, thank you, Mika. I was a whiskey drinker over 20 years ago. This was in Yoichi Distillery, 2003. I attended 2 days whiskey experience, and this is the statue of Taketsuru Masataka Taketsuru. I learned a lot at this moment, and I attended some seminars all day. Whiskey pairing with sushi.
Right.
Yes. The final pairing was Karira and kanimiso. I remember this. 2012, I was in Iron Legal Wine Ireland, and this was the first time we went to Scotland because we were Irish whiskey. So we visited all of the distillery in Ireland and also Jura, and all distilleries are very have long history and tradition and big machines, but you know this guy. We met Jim in Bulgaria. He signed my bottle. I didn't. I haven't paid at that moment, but he signed me before that, and I enjoyed. It's for private, only private, because we don't have none of business in whiskey industry. So I run my own family business company at this moment, and this was the last distillery I visited, Kilhoman. You know, Kilhoman was founded in 2007. 2005. Yes, 2005. And this is.
I knew you'd come in handy.
Before that, I attended master class of Anthony, and I heard I learned about Kilhoman, but one time seeing is much better than hearing or learning, I think. And I was very surprised to see so tiny, old-fashioned and very small and small people. And I got an idea here, just finished the distillery tour. Maybe I can produce my own whiskey right this small scale. At this moment, I want to make my own new business, my own new project by myself. I think it will be some kind of small metal plants because I was the CEO of precious plant maker. So yes, but I can find something. And in Kilhoman, I found, this is my right path. So that changed everything. And after returning to Japan, I found the Ichiro-san Facebook account, and I sent a message, and I visited Chichibu, and I asked a lot of questions for 3 hours without tasting. And he gave me some advices. One is you should start something in Japanese whiskey business with Japanese whiskey market. And another is you should go to Kabaran and see the new distillery. And this is dry, and September, I visited Komoro and I made it. We are very strict. Yes, it was very hot, and I also visited Whisky Lab in Taiwan with Mika. Yes, it was a fun visit, and yes, they we were together. Yes, yes, and I started whiskey importer. Yes. I accidentally met Robin Tuchek in Tokyo, and I asked him some advice. So he wanted me to import his brand, Bracada. And that was the start of my whiskey business. I have nothing the experience in whiskey business, but I only have the experience in drinking whiskey. Yes, very simple. And this is my father. He had passed 4 years ago, and he was a whiskey collector. Yes, now this is his last whiskeys. One is Strathmore, 35 years old, and one is Hillside, 25 years old. Yeah. I didn't know he has such rare whiskey. I was very surprised. And my grandfather was the commander of Japanese Imperial Navy. And he lived in UK, I think near London, in 1930, and he visited Edinburgh, Glasgow. So I believe he's great. He drank whiskey too. Yes. So my family, some kind of whiskey family. Yes. And I will introduce my distillery. The distillery is located in between Tokyo and Nagoya. Yeah. We are here out of this map. Near Kirin Fujiko Temple Distillery, Suntory Hakushu Distillery, Matsushinshu Distillery, and Suntory Chita Distillery. You can easily go to Shizuoka from Tokyo or Nagoya, Kyoto, Osaka, or by 1 hour or some more by Shinkansen Express, and 1 hour from Shizuoka Station. Our distillery is located in the mountain area in Shizuoka. We opened our distillery in 2016. It was the 10th whiskey distillery at this moment. It is very hard, tough project because at this moment we have to plan the buildings and select the equipment by myself. So I spent so many hours to discuss with the people of suppliers. Now we hire over 30 people. Whiskey, not only production, importing and exporting, and sales, and distillery tour guides, and bottlings. We do everything on site. Yes. And we use several different types of barley now. One is local barley, Shizuoka barley. We ask the local farmers and local prefecture agricultural division to harvest Japanese local barley. And we use other prefecture barley, Japanese barley. And imported barley is Scottish barley, non-peated or beer malt, Pilsner malt, or some other countries Pilsner malt. Using Japanese barley for whiskey is unusual in 2016 because the price of Japanese barley is 2 times, 3 times high to imported malt. So it's not economic, but I want to taste Japanese barley whiskey. That's why. This is Shizuoka barley field. The people from Shizuoka prefecture and the local farmers. And there's nothing barley farming in Shizuoka prefecture. So I asked them to grow local field. It was started in 2015, and now this year we can use nearly 20% of the production in the year with local barley. And not only barley, we have local cedar washback, wooden washback. Wooden washback in not popular, but some Japanese brewers use it. But local cedar, using local cedar is unusual. So I asked the craftsman, very old craftsman, and we went to go up to the local mountain and select the lumber and cut the lumbers near distillery and drying, natural drying for 1 year or 2 years. And we made wooden fermenter. And we have Shizuoka local malt yeast. The research center of Shizuoka prefecture developed local yeast with craft beer brewers local. And of course we cooperate with for the development. And now we use some part of the production with this local malt and local yeast. And we have 3 pot stills. 2 is usual, but 3 is unusual. I ordered 2 pot stills for size. These 2 pot still, wash still W and split still S. And we have another pot still, wash still K. And there are 3 pot still. And this pot still W, this W means wood fire. W is wood. We distill with wood fire, direct fire. So we have a stove under the pot still, and we feed the woods continuously. And we distill with fire. Yes. We use local scenic wood from local mountain. And when you come to our distillery, you will see a lot of woods outside the distillery. Yeah. And one other wash still is pot still K. K means corridor. this bottle was moved from Komoro Distillery. This has a stick heating system. Komoro was now Ross Distillery closed in 2012. Yes. And the whole equipment are on the internet auction. I had by phone call from Ichiro-san. When I ordered the equipment to the maker, so it's good timing. And we visited the distillery with Mika, and she found the Portia's mill in the backyard. Yes. And we know Portia's mill is very rare machine, so we decided to buy it. Yeah. And fortunately, luckily, we can buy the equipment as junk. yes. 5 million yen. Wow. Yes. And we reuse the whole equipment from Komoro Distillery, and I overhaul the good condition of equipment, Portia's mill, and switcher, bradle switcher, yes, implementer. And another is the pot still. I heard pot still has many holes, so I cannot use for distillation. But after I bought the equipment, I asked the pot still maker in Japan to check the condition. So they suggest only one pot still they can rebuy. So I ordered them. Just a moment. I need water. And yes, this is Komoro Distillery 2015. When I removed the pot stills and other equipment from the building, yes, the people from us came to the distillery. You see, yes, yeah, no beer, but this is and Roger, yeah, yes. I know I visited Boss Distillery before that, so I called BK, and so they came to see the remove the equipment. Yes. We distill two different types of new make with pot still K and pot still W. Direct fire and the second distillation with pot still S, and we filter cask separately, K, W and K separately, and after maturation, we make the single malt, K and W, and the S will be the brand of these two whiskey. Yes. So now we have three single malts in our lineup. So we have this matrix, pot stills, and malts. So you can find this WSK and Japanese or imported on the package on the label. This year we entered the WA. This was our first time entry, and we won the Pot Still W 100 Japanese barrel in the category Japan Small Batch Single Malt Non-Age. category winner. Yes. I'm happy with this. And last year we released 100 local barley, Suzuka barley, with Suzuka yeast. This is our first 5-year-old whiskey. This was single, so you cannot find only available in Japan, Shizuoka bar, Shizuoka whiskey bar. Now we opened the distillery to 5 days in a week. So if you want to see the distillery, you can read the distillery tour from our website. And if you want to eat with English guide, we can arrange it. And we opened whiskey school from last year. This is based on the style Nika, today's whiskey school. And every year we hold whiskey event in Shizuoka. The name is Shizuoka Craft Beer and Whiskey Fair. We started this 2015, and now almost 5,000 people come to the event. Shizuoka is craft beer, the kingdom of craft beer. Okay, this is all. Please come to see the Shizuoka. Thank you.
I was lucky enough to visit Shizuoka last year, and the wood fire still was. Sorry, I'll back to you. The wood fire still was up and running. I tell you, it's the most terrifying bloody thing you've ever seen in your life. But it works. You know?
If you enter the whiskey school, you can please to eat the skull.
I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Do you trust?
Yeah.
Do you trust the wood?
Oh yes, I cannot. You can.
Because
Well, great. Thank you so much, Michael. So we're moving from Japan to New Zealand with Matt Johns to talk about Komoro, a remarkable new distillery.
Thank you.
Hello everybody, so my name is Matt Johns, and together with my wife Celine, who's in the audience, stand up if you want to stand up. Co-founders and owners of the Komoro Whisky Company. So I'm going to tell you a bit about us today, about the philosophers behind the distillery. Bit of a kind of abnormal journey to arrive into the world of New World whiskies. I spent most of my career in the old world. I've still got one foot dipping in the old world whiskey today. But since 2013, we've been firmly anchored in New Zealand and the New World. It was a journey that we didn't expect to lead. Celine's French. I'm English. We lived in France for 25 years, working in Scotland. And in 2013, ended up completely by chance in New Zealand 6 months for my brother's wedding. And so we bought a ticket out there, we bought the ticket back, it was all sorted. And 5.5 months in, the kids seemed to be enjoying themselves, we were all enjoying ourselves. And we took this momentous decision of saying, we're going to stay in New Zealand. And so that was it, 2013 we could stay in New Zealand. And I'll carry on working in Scotland, it's fine, it's not too far away. And every 8 weeks I would jump on a plane, head back to Scotland, and we come back again. And we did that up until COVID. But it got to the point in 2013 where we're living in this beautiful country of New Zealand, and there was no staying at the time. We're looking at going, well, surely somebody's making whiskey in New Zealand, and nobody was. And so we kind of went on a journey, which I'll tell you a bit more about in a little while, of building a distillery in New Zealand. Before I get started, for those of you who don't know New Zealand, who haven't visited New Zealand, haven't seen Lord of the Rings either, I'm going to play you a little film to put you in the spirit of New Zealand, if I can work out how this works. Do I just press this button? Okay.
New Zealand, Aotearoa, our Wales remains a remote and wondrous place. Here, at the world's edge, we're the country that brings the sun, that made gods of its trees, that draws strength from its mountains, that protects its seas. Our unique character has been forged through a collision of culture and landscape. We stand tall on our land because we are our land. Fearless, relentless, ever connected, always the relentless. Inspired by our unique sense of place, we dare to be different. This is the pure spirit of Aotearoa, New Zealand. And it's this pure spirit that we seek to capture in every drop of Pōkeno whiskey. Here, protected by the volcanic hills from which we draw our pure spring water, we have found the perfect environment to craft bold, creative, original, single malts. Using only New Zealand ingredients, we do this free of any expectations but our own. Free to experiment to nature's rhythm, to deliver unique combinations of body and flavor. From the seas, through the valleys, to the mountains and the sky. To enjoy a drop of Pōkeno whiskey is a journey through a land like no other, infused with the pure spirit of Aotearoa, New Zealand. Pōkeno, dare to discover different.
Okay, nothing on Peter Jackson. Okay. So Pōkeno, so New Zealand's made of two distinct islands, the North Island and the South Island. For those of you who haven't been, it's two completely different climates. Everything's New Zealand is this tiny spot at the arse end of the world. We are at the arse end of the world, but it's not as tiny as people think. For us to fly from Auckland or Pōkeno, where it is there, down to the middle of the South Island, it will take us 2 hours and 20. So it's a very, very long country. Lots of coastline, over 1,600 kilometers of coastline as well. So kind of, lots of effect from the sea, the climate, etc. Pōkeno is the North Island, so it's subtropical. So we will attain humidity of 95%. Lots of low and high pressures coming through. Subtropical, palm trees, very much like Taiwan in some ways. Whereas the South Island, the Sarah I'll tell you tomorrow, is very much drier, arid, the Alps, the mountains, etc. So we decided to build the distillery in Pōkeno in the North Island. And why Pōkeno? Pōkeno for several reasons. One, it's sited in a huge valley. This valley is surrounded by a range of volcanic hills. We're like Japan, we've got a lot of volcanoes in New Zealand. And we get our pure spring water from those volcanic hills. It takes 100 years to trickle down to the source that we pipe then directly into, pipe directly into the distillery. The water is very rich in minerals. Ian was talking about that yesterday as well, but really, really good for the product that we're trying to make. This gives you a bit of information just on the site before I talk more about the philosophers. You might take this off. Okay. So we've got our own water source. The current capacity of the distillery is 100,000 litres per year. Theoretically, we can go to 250,000. We've got a 4,000 litre wash still and a 3,800 litre spirit still. So we have oversized the spirit still to do 2 wash distillations versus 3 distillations, very much like yourselves here. Half ton mash tun, 3,000 litres fermenters. Batch distillation, so every batch of barley is traced through to the barrel. It's not something we necessarily do in the packaging, but we're the ability to do that if we want to do it. And everything is on site with the distillery. So we have the mashing, we have the distillation, we have the maturation warehouses, we have the filtration plant, we have the bottling, and we also have New Zealand's only cooperage as well that we've built at the distillery. I'll come on to the reasons behind that later on. 14 members of staff, and we only produce single malt. So we have never produced any white spirits, we've never done any founders casks either. Very much kind of similar story to you guys here. It's all about building a global brand and focused on building that brand of single malt. When I talk about the philosophies, I've kind of divided this into three different sectors: place, product, and scale. Because for us, they were the three determining factors that kind of drove us to build this distillery. The first one is the place. I mean, when we moved to New Zealand in 2013, I think the first thing was, well, are we going to be able to make a good whiskey in New Zealand? You know, does the country have the natural attributes to allow us to do what we want to do? You look, it's got the highest mountains, it's got the purest spring water, etc., and the rest of it. So yes, on paper you go, this is absolutely fine. But then you start looking at the climate, and you start looking at everything else, and you go, well, actually, am I going to be able to make the sort of whiskey that I want in this country, which has got 95% humidity, the high low pressure, the subtropical nature, etc., and the rest of it. So that was the first point we had to ask ourselves. Then it was kind of going, okay, well, if we're going to make a whiskey, what sort of whiskey are we going to make? And although I spent a majority of my professional life in the Scotch whisky industry, we were very clear that we didn't want to make a Scotch whisky in New Zealand. If we were going to make a whiskey, it had to be New Zealand whiskey. It had to be a whiskey that was inspired and defined by the place. New Zealand is a country of migrants. It's a very young country. It's a country which is 120 odd years old, that's all. And we are a country of migrants. Even the Maori themselves are migrants into the country. But there's this boiling pot of diverse cultures. We're a small country of 4.5 million people, well known to kind of bat above our weight, especially All Blacks. But I think we wanted to make a whiskey that was defined by that. That was we've heard words in the film like fearless, relentless, creative, etc. And so if we were going to do something, it had to be a reflection of New Zealand. We were very, very clear on the well that we had to use the New Zealand ingredients. So could we get barley grown in New Zealand? At the time, it was the start of the craft brewing kind of phase. So there was some New Zealand barley being grown for the brewing, but there was no distiller's malt. Are we going to be able to get distiller's malt grown for us in New Zealand as well? That was another of the challenges. So we went through this really, really long period of about 2.5 years, kind of going, are we going to do this? Is it going to work? Is it something that we can hold our heads up proud and say we can make a whiskey in New Zealand, which is as good as any other whiskey in the world? So 2.5 years later, we decided to do that. The other thing as well was the climate. We were very, very conscious that building the North Island of New Zealand, that we were going to have incredibly rapid maturation. Our angel share is sitting at 9% a year. So even slightly higher than you'd have in Catalan. So we knew that if we were going to build a distillery, we had to build a distillery and a process which could cope with that climate as well. Talk about the challenges of the place. Obviously, the first challenge for me was the maturation. I'm thinking to myself, well, if we're going to build a distillery in New Zealand is a country of 4 million people. It's not a whiskey drinking nation. Right? So if we're going to build a distillery and produce a product, it has to be for the international markets. We can't count on the domestic market to build a distillery. So is the international market ready for a New Zealand whiskey? And are we going to be able to convince the international market that a 3 or 4 year old New Zealand whiskey is as good as an older whiskey from the old world? Because we were fully aware that we were never going to get an age limit with our whiskey. With 9% per year, it just wasn't going to happen. So one of the challenges was adapting the process. I'll talk a bit more about that in the next slide, was how do we adapt our production process and our distillery to cope with the climate, to cope with the country, find ourselves to make the sort of whiskey that we want to make. The lack of industry, for me that was probably one of the most challenging things, was the lack of industry and the lack of legislation. We get very used in the old world, especially from Scotland, of having bonded warehouses, of having cooperages, of having still makers, of having Coban, of having all the necessary help and from the legislative bodies that you need to build a distillery. I remember in 2014 going on to WorkSafe, who are the legislative body in New Zealand, and saying, I'm thinking of building a distillery. I went, cool, perfect. And I said, well, what do you want me to do? What do you want to do? And I go, well, that's not quite the answer I'm looking for. I'm going to spend millions and millions of dollars building a distillery. I need to be very sure that what I'm doing is right for us, right for you, and right for the next 20 years. So we spent probably a period of 2 years putting the distillery on hold and working with the legislative bodies just to get to a point where they would actually put on paper a signature to say what you're doing we accept is right, etc., and the rest of it. And that was a massive challenge for us. We've talked about the equipment as well. We wanted to have the distillery built by a New Zealand company, by a New Zealand engineering firm. You'd go to a New Zealand engineering firm and say, I'd like to build me a distillery, and they go, what's a distillery? It's again really, really difficult. I've also put in there as well the geographical location. I touched at the start the fact that New Zealand is a long way away from everywhere else, and that makes it a real challenge. It makes it a real challenge to get anything. I mean, in New Zealand, there's very little industry. We don't make glass bottles, we don't make corks, we don't make capsules, we don't make many barrels. There's nothing that we can get locally, so everything has to be brought in. Yeah, and we decided to build a distillery in 2018, launched in 2019. The distillation was straight at the start of COVID. So shipping times doubled, so it was taking us 10 or 12 months to get anything into the country to be able to do it. Even now today, we have to order our dry goods 9 months in advance, just to make sure we've got the stuff there to do what we want. So I think the place I've used this as a founding philosophy, because for us it was very much the fact that if we were going to make a whiskey, it was going to make a New Zealand whiskey, it had to be defined by the place, but it had all these challenges as well, and how do we get around those challenges? So the second thing to talk about is the product. So we were really, really clear from the start on the sort of whiskey that we wanted to make. For us, this was a passion project. This was it was the culmination of my 26 years in the whiskey industry to say that, I want to make the sort of whiskey that I want to make. If people don't like it, tough, we'll find some way of drinking it, but we said, okay, we know what sort of whiskey we want to make. So we're going to go out and design the distillery around the profile that we want to make. So rather than building a distillery and saying, okay, what can we do with this kit? We're going to go and decide what we want to make, and then go build the distillery around it. We heard from Jane earlier on the thing about no compromise, and that was really the thing for me. It was what was going to make us distinct from a lot of whiskies, especially with a quick maturation period, was if we got everything right from the start. So there had to be no compromise in any single part of the process. And that's the ethos that the distillery works by. Every decision we make is questioned, are we compromising ourselves? If we are, we don't do it. And that goes for the raw materials, the choice of the barley, it goes to the process. We do a very long recirculation of our water, clear our water as possibly can. We have a very slow transfer between our vessels. We do a long fermentation. We do long still rest. We do very slow distillation for maximum reflux. Only the best choice of barrels. Everything we do is around making a sweet, fruity whiskey, and that's the sort of whiskey that we enjoy. That's the sort of whiskey that we wanted to make. For us, it's the sort of whiskey that reflected the climate, the culture, and the nature of New Zealand. All operations on site, again, that was vital for us. Not necessarily because we wanted to. I hate bottling. I really do hate bottling. But there's no bottlers in New Zealand. If you want a bottle of whiskey, you have to do it yourself. But again, then you're talking into filtration, etc. The rest of it. How does filtration react when you're sitting at the liquid, sitting in a tank at 28 degrees, and you might want to chill filter it? It gets very, very difficult. That for me was clear that it was a challenge. It was a big investment as well, because at the start we were planning to build a small craft distillery as a hobby, and it kind of grew arms and legs as we moved along. So the key challenge for that was obviously it was the cost, and so that made us as well kind of adapt our process and adapt how we're doing it, because we were going, okay, if we're going to make a single malt, if we're going to make it in volume, as I'll talk about in the next slide. And we're going to do it without selling white spirits, and we do it without selling things with founders casks, etc. The rest of it, then we need to get this distillery as self-sustainable as we possibly can, as soon as we possibly can. We all know it's a massive investment building a distillery. So what we did is we automised the distillery very, very highly, to a level that we actually ran our distillery for the first 4.5 years with one distiller. And that one distiller was able to do a double mashing, wash distillation, spirit distillation, CIPs, and keep the place clean in a day by himself. And that was because of the automation. Okay? I think as well, and Ian touched on this yesterday, craft distilling's great, and we're all craft distillers at heart. We still make our cuts by nose and by taste, but craft doesn't mean different every time. For us, we wanted to be able to replicate faithfully that product time and time again, and that's why we put that level of automation in. Innovation. So that, you saw the film at the start as well. It was clear that if we wanted to build a distillery and put a product out there, it had to be innovative, it had to be creative, it had to be different. We're putting a non-aged New Zealand single malt onto the market. How can we make this different? So yes, we did the core range. We wanted to do innovation around the mash bills. So we did do, we innovative mash bills, chocolate malt, toffee malt, Manuka smoke malt, and stuff like that. It goes to the barrels. We've got a cooperage, we've got a master cooper from Scotland. We're making barrels out of native New Zealand timber. It's things that we're trying to do different to say, okay, we'll put ourselves on the map as a creative distillery. On to scale. Oop, one too many. Okay, got it. So talking about scale, that was probably the biggest founding philosophy for us with scale. It was, there's lots of different models for craft distilleries and world distilleries today. You can build your small distillery, like a lot of the US small bourbon distilleries, serving the local, regional, state market, living off the front of house, the restaurant, the bar, etc., the rest of it. You've got the local model in Australia or other countries around the world, serving the domestic market, and not really going out overseas. Now, we were really, really clear that as far as New Zealand was concerned, we couldn't live off the domestic market. It was impossible. So what we needed from the start was scale. So we had to get scale for several reasons. One, we had to go to the international market. If we're going to the international market, we had to be able to position Komoro, you mentioned this yesterday as well, at a price positioning that made the consumer want to drink the whiskey. You can't go out into the international market with a New Zealand whiskey and summer whiskey and double the price of a 12-year-old Scotch single malt that people aren't going to understand. So if we're going to do that, what we've got to do is achieve economies of scale to allow a small craft distillery to price position other than we want to in the international market. And again, that was talking about scale, that was talking about automation, that was talking about the things that we could do to allow us to do that. So talk about the international expansion. So for us, it was go big or go home. My wife Celine wasn't very happy when I said that we were going to do that, but we did. But again, that drove a lot of choices. That drove the choices over location. It drove the choices over the size of the piece of land that we needed to buy. The kit that we were putting in, that if we need to scale up immediately, we could scale up quickly. The maturation warehouses, room to put more in, etc., and the rest of it. So the distillery was designed around this principle. So it's scalability all the time. Some challenges to that as well. I mean, it's fine sitting there in 2015 going, I'm going to build a large distillery in New Zealand to go out and put an international brand of New Zealand malt onto the market. What happens if nobody wants to buy it? So we spent a lot of time, we probably did this, but a weird way around, but we had appointed most of our international distributors before the first liquid had actually rolled off the still. So we'd gone around that market and said, okay, this is the project we're doing, this is what we're going to try and do. We believe in it, do you believe in it? Will you accompany us on this journey? So that was really, really important for us. And again, I've mentioned the pressure to become self-sustainable in there. Because it was, I mean, we managed to get the distillery self-sustainable in year 4. So we've been self-sustainable for 2 years now, which is great. And all of the kind of capex is being financed by the distillery now today as well. I think that's about everything I wanted to say. I think the only thing I didn't talk about the founding philosophy was the one that we all share is the passion. I mean, clearly for us it was a passion project. I think everybody in this room who's got a distillery today is a passion project. Yeah, that was it.
Thanks very much, man. There's a whole bunch of things that we want to do.
Loads of interview first questions on there.
Oh yeah, plenty of stuff. Scribbling away, don't worry. So we're now moving from New Zealand to Korea. With Brian also.
Hi. My name is Brian Doe. I'm the founder of Q1 Whisky. And our company is called Free Society. And when we were approached to talk about the founding principles, I didn't know if I wanted to be very academic about this or just brag about my company. So I said, I'm just going to brag about my company. I'm going to tell you about, while I'm bragging, I'll tell you about what our founding principles were, and you can just take off of that. Also, I know there's some of our Korean colleagues in here that are building distilleries now, so I hope they can learn from us, and if there's others that can learn, but I'm sure most of you guys are seniors are my seniors in the distilling industry. You can look at Korea as another place to export your whiskeys into. So let me get on here. So Kiwon, what does it mean? It's not a city name. It actually means the beginning and hope in Korean. Because we are the first to start, we are the first single malt whiskey distillery. We are the beginning for Korea's whiskey journey and hopefully become a global brand in the future. Kiwon in itself is our brand. I am part of a company called Three Societies. I think there's a lot of threes in some of the distilleries I've seen lately, but the Three Society means me, the Korean American founder. You can tell by my accent, I'm fully Korean. But also two are Scottish master distiller who's come to us from Scotland, and also, of course, the Koreans who are going to be the next torchbearers, the next generation of distillers for Korea. So who am I? That's actually me. I used to be a game show host in Korea about 12 years ago. So I'm a little comfortable standing up here, it's okay. This was a popular quiz show for teenagers, and that was me a long time ago. I wish that was now, so I can do some Ryan Reynolds stuff and maybe sell my company for a while. But no, that was over 20 years ago. After that, I was in the IT industry. I worked at Microsoft for about 10 years. Sold all my shares and started a craft brewery company, one of the first in Korea. Was successful with that and sold that to Anheuser-Busch. And I said, hey, that's pretty good. Let's keep this rolling. Took that money and built a distillery. And that's why I'm here right now. Built Korea's first single malt whiskey distillery. And why I started to why I thought about, wow, I need to do this is because I was going around to a lot of different countries to see friends and suppliers and distributors, and would bring my beer along sometimes. But when I couldn't bring my beer, I would just go to the duty free and grab a single malt to drink whiskey with them. I've been a single malt fan for a long time, since 2003, and I got asked the question a lot: is why is there no Korean whiskey? And back then it was Japanese and Cabernet had just started back then. So they had knew about these new Asian whiskeys back then. And I was like, that is true. Nobody's starting this. So I went back home and looked through a lot of different, a lot of homework that I did, and said, wow, I think the time is right to start this distillery. So we went ahead and started this. This next is a little video about our company, about Three Societies, and so you can see about where we're at.
So
Yeah, I should have some smoke in the back, but I give me a smoking That's us. Sorry about that, Steve.
Yeah.
I'll get that changed next time. That was the only time, I don't know why we
You see an Eddie coming along, bro.
Okay. Foundation principles. Where are we and why did we choose a location? So this is where we are. We are in Korea. We're in South Korea, not the other place. And we are about 30-35 minutes north of Seoul. So it's a quick drive from Seoul. So if anybody, it's only 2 hours away to Seoul too also. And from where we're at right now, if you guys want to visit us, please let us know. Your society is pretty close. We chose this location for strategic reasons. I know Matthew was talking about the place, and we went around everywhere. Andrew and I went up and down the coast, looking everywhere. We chose this location for several reasons. Number one, I believe the Earth is round. I know there may be some flat earthers here, but because we can get the climates, we take the advantages of the climate that we have. That Scotland has some of those climates and Taiwan has some of those climates. So we have a really, really cold winter where we're at. We are north facing, and we did that on purpose because in January we don't see the sun. So when it gets cold, it gets really cold. And we average around -15 degrees in the winter. And in the summer, it gets hot, and it gets hot and humid. So it gets up to 35 on average. So we have this almost 45-50 degree swing where we're at. And we can take the benefits of the colder climate, maturation there, and we can also take the benefits of a hotter subtropical climate. So we have kind of the best of both worlds, and that's the reason why we chose this location. It also, the location where we're at is famous for its clear spring water, I think. That's a mainstay for everybody. Unfortunately, the name, our name of the location where we're at, it's actually Dokchunde. In Scottish, it means Valley of the Deers, and that's taken by Glenn Fitting. So I don't know if we're going to call ourselves that. That would be a lot of trademark issues. So okay, no location names. Let's think of something else. So we went along and did that. Also, location. We're close to Seoul. A lot of tourists come. We get we just started last year, and we've already had about 1,000 visitors so far. So we're really happy that a lot of people are interested in our distillery. So what has been the local and global opportunities? South Korea is very new to the whiskey industry, especially. We've been drinking whiskey. Koreans, I think you know, can drink, but we've been drinking a lot of not local whiskey so far. Kind of called it local whiskey, but when I was doing my homework, I thought there is a new local and a global opportunity for Korean single malt whiskey. One of the first is South Koreans love to spend money on luxury items. So we are, I don't know, fortunately or unfortunately, the world's biggest spenders on luxury goods. There's way too many Magbox and Ferraris that I see in our streets. I don't know how or where they get that money. But yes, Koreans love luxury. And our whiskey market has grown tremendously in the past 2-3 years. The whiskey market being, the local whiskey has gone down, whereas the ultra premiums and premium whiskeys has gone up like a rocket ship. I think many other places in the world has done this too, but in Korea, according to Euromonitor, was the fastest growing single malt whiskey market in 2022. So it was a huge market for a lot of Scotch single malts, especially age-dated single malts. So I saw this opportunity that premiumization is coming. I sound like a corporate guy, but yes, premiumization is coming to Korea and has already come. So we've been focusing only on single malts and in the ultra premium category. But also, Koreans really want local traditional spirits. The traditional spirits from your sojus and different types of traditional Korean spirits has rocketed up. However, nobody's talking about it, nobody's bragging about it because they want to show off their luxury. And they want to show off that they're drinking single malts and they're talking about it on social media. So I think P1 sits kind of in the middle where we are a local spirits producer, but we're also single malt whiskey, so they want to show us off and they want to talk about us. So we found that being in this area would be advantageous for us for a lot of the Korean culture that goes around in that sense. So that was the local sense, and in the global sense, I think many people know Korea kind of is the flavor of the month right now everywhere in the world. Korean food, Squid Games, K-pop, BTS, and Blackpink, popular everywhere. If you don't know about it, your daughters and sons know about it. Very popular everywhere, so why not ride that wave? I can take advantage of Korea being popular overseas. We were not this popular when I was young, unfortunately, but at least we're popular now, so I can ride on this wave and be able to say that we are Korean single malt whiskey. I don't know, maybe our next ambassador will be a BTS singer. We'll see, but we have that advantage right now, and I am going to take full use of that. So for both local and for the global market, I thought it's the perfect time to get in. When we started the company, sorry, I should step back, we incorporated in 2014, but started in earnest in 2018. Our first distillation was in June 2020, so we're almost maybe 4 years old soon. So that's where we're at right now. Being a first mover, I think Dave said I was brave. I think it's more kind of stubborn and dumb maybe. We are the first movers in Korea because we're the first single malt whiskey distillery, or the first whiskey distillery in a long time. There has been a lot of disadvantages for us coming into the market. We have to define the regulation, and there is no regulations. We have to talk about what whiskey is, and we have to work with the government of how they're going to tax us and work with us. For example, the government thought that angel share is just 2% because that's what it is in Scotland. And that's what they have in their books. And when we said, nah, that's not it. Ours is much higher than that. And now we have to show the government every time we empty barrels that how much has gone down. We've given them enough data for the past 3 years, so I think they're going to change it to our standards soon. But these are some of the things that we have to work with the government. That's just one of the more easier things that we've been working with. The tax laws also is very archaic, and it's not for whiskey makers because there really hasn't been any whiskey makers before us, so we're working. Lately, unfortunately, I don't get to do the fun stuff. I talk with politicians and go to the National Assembly and do adult stuff lately, but unfortunately, that's what it calls for. Distribution models, that comes. Every other spirit locally made in Korea can be sold online. Ours can't because ours is whiskey. I don't know who made that up, but we have to work with the government on that and try to reduce that or try to get rid of that. Unfair competition, that is many of you bringing single malt into my country. You guys don't have to pay as much taxes as I do, which is very ironic. I make it here, well, I make it in Korea. I should get a tax break. I don't get a tax break. Importers get a tax break. So before I change that law, you guys better hurry up. And I will change that law. So those are the disadvantages, but there's tons of advantages that we've had so far. And we've been fortunate enough to launched some whiskeys. Our first launch was February 26th last year. We launched 4 batches so far. They're pretty good. You don't have to take my word for it. The esteemed judges gave us some medals for our whiskeys. And these are mostly expressions. We don't know. We didn't know when we started. We thought our first whiskey is going to come out in about 5 years. Yeah, the location where we're at, we miscalculated and it's been turbocharged. And we've had good whiskey that we can sell at a much earlier time. So we've been able to launch a couple expressions last year just to see what works in Korea. I'll be honest with you, we didn't know it was going to work, it's not going to work. Nobody else can tell us what the climate is going to do for our whiskey. But we were fortunate enough to get some good products out. These are our batch expressions that were coming out. We've got your standards up here, and I think you'll be able to taste them later on today. But we're really happy with what we've come out so far, and we're doing a lot of experimenting right now. But eventually, probably at the end of this year or next year, we'll settle on some signature lines. So we'll be able to export those, and also for local consumption a little bit easier. Wanted to talk about some innovating principles that we've gone through, and because of first mover advantage, we've been able to do a lot of these. And it's fun. Innovating is, I think, not just good for us, it's good for the employees. They don't have to sit around and just make the same old stuff over and over again. They have fun marketing it, making things, thinking new things. I'm very democratic in my ways. So whoever comes and tells me, ooh, let's try this, let's do it. And I'm okay with most of this stuff. So first, we were creating some single estate malt. This is not just for show. This is actually I'm a farmer. I love farming. When I had my beer company, I was the first to make Korea's first hop farm. Now I grow barley about 35 kilometers from our distillery. So this year, recently, we've been able to distill our first single estate single malt whiskey. We're really excited about what that's going to be coming into. It's not going to be a big part of our malt game, but it is going to be. It will be a percentage, a small percentage of ours, and a lot of that, of course, is from marketing too. Doing some cool things. Because it's never been made before, we're making truly Korean using, of course, local water, local yeast, local malt. And the most exciting for us is using Korean wood. Korean wood, hopefully it can be like Mizunara in the future. It is really unique. The wood that we have right now, we're using some really interesting oaks we don't have a cooperage, but we're working with a cooperage to make different types and see what works in Korea. But we've got a couple that are probably coming out the end of this year. And I've tasted a lot of whiskeys in my life, but I can't say I've ever tasted something that's this unique and still tastes good. So we're really interested in doing a lot of Koreanness into it. You can see Korea is emblazoned upon a lot of things right now. We're doing that on purpose to ride upon the Korea wave also. Doing a lot of collaborations with different Korean traditional spirits makers. For example, there is a Korean, like a sweet raspberry wine or sweet raspberry sherry almost maker. We do cask exchanges with them. They age their wine in there and they give it back to us, and we age it, so we'll have a Korean sherry coming out very soon. And we're working with, our advantage is we get to work with a lot of these different types of, with Korean traditional makers, so I think that adds a lot of the fun into what we're doing. And that is about it, making it quick. And that was my founding principles. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you so much We're just going to move the chairs a wee bit and then start Q&A. First of all, thank you so much for four fantastic presentations. It's really great.
It works. It's amazing.
Four fantastic presentations, and I think there's this wonderful links and commonalities between them, but also real differences in terms of approach, whether that's in marketing or production or whatever. So can we deeper dive into all of that, and obviously be throwing it out to questions from the audience. But I just wanted to kick things off with, starting off with this idea of the blank canvas. I know I could have touched on it, but I just thought it might be an opportunity to go that little bit deeper. How scary was it, really? Or was it really exciting to have that blank sheet of paper in front of you, or was it terrifying?
Well, first of all, I'm going to be speaking on behalf of Dad because he created the distillery and started with a blank canvas. And I know it was scary for him because he did so much research. So to be able to do something you love and you do it really well, he put a lot of work into it. So I think having a blank canvas was great, but definitely scary. But like I said in my talk, Dad really wanted to enjoy the process. It was a retirement hobby. So after visiting various distilleries in Scotland, he really did actually model over in the distillery off the whiskies that he loved to drink. And then that way he knew he was going to love the end product.
Actually, Casey, since you're there,
Why don't you answer?
do you want to come up and answer that, because there you were in your shed, making it quasi legally, shall we say? Guest speaker.
Hi everyone. I suppose it wasn't scary. It was challenging, but it was also very exciting. There wasn't an Australian whisky on the market when we started production, and there were 2 or 3 other distilleries doing much the same thing. And the thing I suppose that was scary was, will our Australian whisky be accepted around the world? We thought, what's it going to taste like? But I think with the grounding, and as James said, the research that we've done, that we thought, all right, it should be good. So it proved itself when it was released. And I suppose I made smaller quantities for the very reason that if I couldn't sell it, at least I'd drink it.
Very cool. The beginning of the distillery, when you're thinking about it, was it a challenge, or did you see it as opportunity?
At the beginning, I got an idea and I didn't stop doing. So I don't think opportunity. I want to make my whiskey what I want to taste. So I make several experiments, and I visited all of 50 distilleries in Scotland, and I pick up the factor I want to make in my distillery, and yes, so my distillery is my laboratory. I make many experiments to my from my interest. So this is only to share my interest. Yes.
Thank you, because that's a very interesting way of looking at it. We've got you make whiskey which you would drink in case you didn't sell it, and also you're saying this is your taste. You know, you're making whiskey for your taste. Matt, it struck me that the way that you're approaching it is slightly different. Obviously, you love to drink it in vast quantities, but but you know, you perhaps had a more kind of commercial view of it, saying, I want to make a whiskey which I know will sell to a market.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of both. I mean, we wanted to make the sort of whiskey that we wanted to make and we enjoyed drinking, so that was the priority. It was a passion thing. But we did have a clear roadmap. I think for us it was exciting. I don't think it was terrifying. I think it was frustrating. That's the best way to say it. I think especially when as Brian touched on, when you're in a market where there is no legislation, where there's no infrastructure, there is no exception, the rest of it, you have to kind of create that from the start. And you're working with legislative bodies that don't understand what you're trying to do. You're taking one step forward, two steps back, one step forward, two steps back, and that gets frustrating as well. So we spent 2 or 3 years very, very kind of frustrating in the process, but exciting at the same time. I mean, for us, it's a passion project. So.
And Brian, you know, there's.
Yeah, it was exciting, but also it was a burden being the first. It's difficult. We couldn't choose a whimsical name or anything because we were the first. We couldn't. We have to put our best foot forward because we are the first to show global people and the global market that there is a pretty good whiskey coming out of here. So it was a bit of a burden on that sense also. So that burden was not taken lightly. So exciting, but also a lot of work and thinking that had to go around it.
Like again, just picking up on that idea of it being a burden. I mean, it is it's a daunting prospect, you know, when you put that whiskey into a bottle for the first time. Will people like it or not? What was that like?
Well, like I said, we didn't know that our whiskey would be ready so early. I was actually in Hawaii during the pandemic. And I'm American, so that's the only other place I could go. So I was in Hawaii with my daughter, just us two, and I was thinking I was going to be there for 2-3 years. And I was going back and forth and tasting the whiskey, and I was like, wow, this is really good. And the investors tasted it too, and they said, Brian, you're going to come back, we're going to sell this. So unfortunately, I folded that in a year. I was only to stay for 1 year there, and came back quickly and started selling it. So we knew it tasted good. We had sent it off to, this was when it was barely 2 years old, we had sent it off to prestigious competitions that came back with some medals, so we knew it was good to sell that, and that's how we forged forward from there.
Yeah. And one of the other things that I was thinking about was you all kind of emphasise the importance of the local resources, using local barley, wood, etc., etc. Is that driven just by location that you were talking about how isolated New Zealand is, for example, Matt? Or is that partly driven by sustainability practices or flavour or greater identification with place? I think there's a really big, quite complex picture emerging that lies behind the emphasis on it.
What's the exact question?
Why was it so important to use it? Was it simply driven by the fact you had to? Or was there an underlying philosophy that this would make your whiskey better, more identifiably New Zealand?
Oh yeah, completely. I mean, we were clear from the start that it had to be a New Zealand whiskey. We wanted it to be different. You know, we didn't want to do a beauty whiskey. We didn't want to do a whiskey that resembled necessarily, you know, a profile of whiskey that we could already find. We wanted to do something different. And, you know, if it was good, it was great. If it wasn't good, well, we couldn't make a New Zealand whiskey. So I think that was very much for ourselves. It was, you know, especially for myself, I think, you know, coming out of 25 years in the Scotch whisky industry, I didn't want to make Scotch whisky. I wanted to make a New Zealand whiskey. And so I think the danger was even higher for me that I would be associated with the Scotch whisky industry. And so it was very important for myself that I wanted to do something completely different. Made it very scary when the first product out as well.
Yeah. Did that then push you in a different direction? You know, because you're saying, I had to make it differently. So were you perhaps pushing further out to the extremes than you might have done elsewhere?
I think I wanted to do it because I think I'd become jaded to a certain extent with the old world. I think that it has become a volume model, which is a good thing or a bad thing that it is a volume model. So I think, you know, today there's a lot of notions of product, of provenance, the quality of terroir, etc., that aren't necessarily present in the minds of the large kind of distillers over in Scotland today. We wanted to do things a bit differently. Do things the way that we thought was the right way.
And Tycho, you know, you're using, obviously, you know, you're using local barley, which is extremely expensive. But what was the reason? Was it a flavour reason, or was it because you wanted your whiskey to say, I am from Shizuoka?
Reason I want to taste local barley whiskey. And in Japanese sake breweries use local rice or very famous price origin rice. Or there are so many different rice for sake brewing. So there's our different taste. So I thought maybe the difference of the bar makes different flavor taste. So this is yes reason. And yes, we haven't described the difference now, but we need 2 or 3 years more. I can explain something.
And then in Tasmania, you know, again, you have all the resources, but how important is it then for that identity to be part of your story?
Yeah, using all Tasmanian ingredients was very important to us from the very beginning for Dad. Fortunately, Lark and Sullivan's Cove and Hilliers Road were already very pleased with the Tasmanian barley and the Tasmanian water that they were using in their products. And Tasmania as an island already had a very good reputation within Australia for producing some of the most quality beef and wine and cheese. So you know, it's very important for us to sort of uphold that reputation and use the quality products that we have available at hand.
Does it have a flavour impact?
Look, we like to, I think it does, or we sort of know it does. We find a commonality between the Tasmanian single malt whiskies that are using the Tasmanian barley, and we do find that there is a beautiful, rich, oily mouthfeel coming from our company in Tasmania.
And I mean, you were saying dare to be different. You know, there's a dare to be different. Which is important, but do you have to be different as well? It's not just daring. I mean, if you're not different, then you're not going to make it on the international market. So you have to be different.
You have to be different, but you have to be dare to be different. So if you know, you could take each model, you could go for a standard kind of, you know, profile, etc. The rest of it are going to do things that the old way, etc. The rest of it. So I think it's, you know, if you're making a whiskey in a new country where there is no partner distillers today, and you're going to put the first product out there, and you're going to try and make it different at the same time, then you're going to take that second step very early.
Yeah, Brian, what do you think about it? You have to, to establish yourself, you have to then create this very unique point of difference. So that's another motivation in terms of production or whatever.
Yeah. One of the things we thought about was, of course, what is going to make us unique? What's our unique flavor profile? And I originally started off liking Speyside. Glen Grant was my go-to single malt ever since I was young, not young, drinking age. And but again, we didn't want to make a Speyside whiskey from Korea. We couldn't. It just doesn't make sense. So Andrew and I sat down. I said, okay, what's the unique flavor profile that we can make? What's famous about Korea that other people will know? We're not going to make a K barbecue flavored whiskey, nor we're not going to make a kimchi flavored whiskey either. So, what is something that we can use that a lot of Koreans will know, and also other people will know globally? And I think Korean food overall is known for some of the spiciness that comes out of the Korean food. So we chose to make our unique flavor profile spicy. Our finishes are all spicy. We played around with our fermentation or our temperatures for a while, a couple of months to figure that out. But after it came out, we were pretty satisfied with the new make.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting thing, that you are thinking about occasion and you're thinking about both palate and then steeping whiskey towards that.
Eventually, I do come from the beer world, and pairing is important there too. And I've always thought about that. I'd like to get more and more people to start to pair their whiskeys with their foods also, whether it be meat or in cocktail, whatever. I think that's an important aspect of growing the full industry.
And talking about that, I'm just thinking, there's 125 distilleries in Japan now. You have been making whiskey for a while now, but is there more pressure to be different because there are so many distilleries? It's more difficult to show your individuality, so you have to keep being more different.
Across the distillery, the pioneer across the distillery is Ichiro-san, I think. And so Ichiro-san is one of my model, and I want to make my whiskey different from Chichibu distillery. So I was thinking at the start what is different from other Japanese distillery, and I made there's wood fire on field and local wood fermenters and Japanese barley, local barley. And in the future, so many years later, so many Japanese whiskey can be to Japanese and all over the market. And whiskey is, I think whiskey is industrial liquor because it is easy to use install Scottish bottle and import distilled malt from Scotland and using Scottish yeast. So same equipment, same materials, and same kind of whiskey. But of course, we have to improve the quality of new make that very similar. Yes, so the start point is very important, I think.
And the difference, just picking up on that, there's 125 distilleries in Japan these days, there's 250 in Australia. And obviously you've been there for a while, but at the same time, is there pressure as a result of that because the market is becoming so cluttered that you are also motivated to do different things?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more distilleries now. Not all of them producing single malt whiskey, but there's definitely a lot more of a crowded market now, a lot less room on the shelf to put our whiskey bottles. We've really, since the very beginning, prided ourselves on single cask, single malt whiskies, and very consistent whiskies. So our core range of whiskies is made up of export, ex-bourbon and ex-sherry, single cask, single malt whiskies in 100 litre casks. That makes up about 90% of what we do. Now, the rest is where we can get a little bit creative and different. Otherwise, we stick to our core range and we stick to our recipe quite strictly, but that final sort of 10% of whiskies that we can be a bit more creative and different with things like stout cask finishes, marrying our whiskey and finishing in interesting barrels. And our customers definitely want to see that. So when we do that for overeating whiskey, we pop these casks up on our website and they sell out within minutes. So there is definitely something to be said for being slightly different, as well as being consistent with our core range.
Thank you. This is really something to questions from the room. Who wants to do first? Brendan McCann. I couldn't guess.
That was brilliant. First of all, so thank you very much. It was great to listen to. But I had a question that is slightly provocative, so I'm looking to cause offence. But I'm Scottish, I've worked in the Scottish whisky industry most of my career. Quite a lot of the innovation in Scotland is restricted by the Scottish Whisky Act, which is very restrictive. My old boss Bill would say, it's like we're in handcuffs. And that's quite an energy. So it's bonded into my brain. So I was wondering, you are doing things differently, but you kind of followed the Scottish style. So one example, Matthew, I think it was you saying, we recirculate our work lots and lots of times to make it super clear. So why not innovate with a new style of mashing, a mash filter or a new device? There are certain devices that we can't use in Scotland because they're illegal. For Japan, I read about sake, I don't know much about it, but there's koji can be used, and I would love to make a whiskey with koji, but in Scotland we can't because it's. So I was just wondering, is there more innovation that is out there that you can go after because there's less regulations? And last bit, the other bit about innovation, I love New World whiskies and the intensity and the different maturation. There's no denying that older whiskies are not better, but older whiskies definitely have some subtleties, some structures, some incredible things that are around 12, 18 years. And also commercially, you can sell them for people that are much more desirable as well. So is there any innovation around warehousing? Is there any heat cycling, ways to cool, ways to reduce so that you can achieve older, I'm not saying repeat Scotland, but just not tie yourself completely up with we have to release it after 5-6 years, otherwise it's all gone. So sorry, very long question, but I just wondering, is there more innovation to come?
Okay. So I wasn't sure if you finished No, yeah, a great question. Who wants to pick that up first?
I worked with Bill for 10 years as well. That brought back horrible memories of that. So I think to answer from our point of view, the first question around is there more room in the legislation? I think in the new world we're there's two things. One, we're writing the legislation so we are credible in the wide marketplace. There's rules which have been set in Scotland for a reason. That doesn't mean that we want to tear the rule up, but I think it does mean we want to give ourselves a little bit more flexibility to do so. So if we take the example of New Zealand, for example, the experiment she's talking about internationally we can do, because we've got the legislation that way, but we have left it open to say we can mature in wooden casks, not just oak casks, so at least a bit more kind of ability to innovate around there. I think we have to be credible in the wider marketplace. So I think putting out, as you said, a younger product as well, so it's continues to reassure that things are being done properly as well, and the way that they deem as proper, so that's important. The second part of the question, which was
Warehousing,
warehousing. We kind of thought about it, and I think I mentioned during my talk that we were in a no compromise thing. We wanted to make New Zealand whiskey, so yes, I could temperature come from my warehouses, I could step back to an acre share of 2.5% per year, but I wouldn't be making New Zealand whiskey. You know, because we're influenced by climate, we're influenced by place, we're influenced by location. I've got to let that go. If I don't let that go, then I'm not making whiskey that reflects the climate and culture of the country.
Who else would like to pick up on this? Can you go further? Or should you go further?
Yeah, I think we should go further. Because our master distiller is a Scottish old stubborn man, and he's been in the industry for over 40 years, and he brings the experience and the tradition, and it's exactly what I was looking for. However, he is very flexible, and he always tells me almost on a daily basis, "Oh, we can't do this in Scotland." Yeah, we're not in Scotland, so let's do different things. We use different malts that you can't use. A lot of different woods that probably wouldn't be able to use. There are some exciting experiments that we're doing. Can't talk about everything right now, but a lot of innovation goes through rather than just making the same bog standard stuff. So I think that's what makes it fun at the end of the day. In terms of warehousing, I was actually reading some of the ways how we can bring down annual share. I've always had to put on my financial hat. So because of that, we also have to think about that. Our summers are very hot. How do we get more? How do we make it a little bit cooler? And I've read some of the things that Ian Chapman wrote about. I think how the drafts work, and we've tried to incorporate some of those in where we burn windows and things like that. But also, like Matthew was saying, we try to we take advantage of the climate that we have. Hot summers and cold winters help make it unique whiskey.
Jamie, what do you think of that provocative statement that you're not going far enough? It's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What do you, I mean, Dad, do you think you'd like to challenge the norm a little bit in Tasmania, given that we are able to? Sorry, put this one on you, Dad.
Is it on?
Yep.
Yeah. No, it is a good question, and certainly the start of the industry, we didn't reach Scotland, and we did learn distilling techniques, and each individual, like I went over with Bill Lark, with the premise to do something different. So he took his things and did his thing. I took away certain things and changed distilling techniques that are unique to Overeem Distillery. And I won't go into those details because then they wouldn't be unique anymore. So yes to that. And as far as maturation goes, we basically stuck with the norm there as far as wood types in American oak and in French oak casks. But I think there's room now to, from these sort of discussions, we can love the woods. I'd like to talk more about it because I think there's a real opening there for us.
Tycho, I'd like to pick up on, just to pick up on Brendan's point here, because it struck me when you were speaking about Shizuoka, that you're following a very kind of Japanese principle of making as many different types of whiskey as you can in one distillery. Was that because of the Suntory approach or the Nika approach, or was that your approach as well?
The Japanese whiskey is based on Scotch whiskey. It ran 100 years ago in Scotland, and he came back to Japan. He and Treason founded the Distillery. It was 100 years ago, and I ran a huge distillery 20 years ago, and I think my distillery is based on Scotch whiskey production, and but I do some experiment with a direct wood fire. I think direct wood fire was in Scotland over 200 years ago, before gas, before coal, with direct fire. But no one good at the moment, so I have to regenerate the way by myself, and it was the challenge and the point of difference. So, based on Scotch whisky production and Japanese way, and some more to participate.
And I think one other thing, when I was going around your distillery, you mentioned that the flavours that you were getting from your cedar washbacks were different from the oak. Could you explain a little bit more about that? Or is that secret? Was that what I wasn't able to tell?
It's a secret. If you come to this distillery, you can taste the wash from the Oregon pine washbacks. We have the two different types of washbacks. One is Oregon pine, and one is local cedar. Because in Canada distillery they use Oregon pine washbacks, so we use both. The research center of Prefecture analyzed the difference between those two wash, and they found there's something different about lactic, the type of lactic and the amount are different. But I cannot explain the difference in bars. So
No, but that's fine. I just think it's a fascinating. It's another example of, using a different type of wood to actually get a different type. I mean, you could do it in Scotland, but I don't think you would dare.
It will release the different type of with powder single malt. But it needs much more years.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Other question. Oh my goodness. I saw Mika was first, and then no. I'll think Ingvar's on around, but it's fine.
Thank you. Yeah, Mika Litvianen from Komoro Distillery in Finland. Sorry for the name confusion. In our country, Mika is a male name. A question, maybe here Day2 is fortunate because of the great work made with Japanese whiskey, and it kind of rising to the categorization of US and Irish and so on whiskeys. But the rest of us and the rest of you on the stage, you mentioned New World whiskeys and World whiskeys a couple of times. So the reality of things is that it's a category that's probably around 1% of Scottish malts, let alone blends size. And if you take all the countries in the world now producing whiskey and all the distilleries, there's about 1,000, 2,000 entrants into that category. And even if we get a shelf in every store in the world for world whiskey, you're gonna get overrun. So are you happy being world whiskey? Or does something need to happen to the category? Do we all need our own shelf? How does it work?
Good question. I am very happy being New World. We're selling in 5 different countries now. For example, in Japan, when I say that this is a Korean whiskey, bar none, 10 out of 10 times, they go, eh? That creates the curiosity. Wow, you guys are making whiskey? Sure, why don't you taste it? Our best-selling retail stores and on trade are at locations where foreigners come the most, and they are when they come to Korea, they're like, oh wow, you guys make whiskey. So yeah, I think that curiosity that is being created. Another thing I didn't mention, there's something really cool about
what's happening with the whiskey world, I think, overall. I saw that yesterday, 2 days ago at Chichibu. I see that in Korea. The people that are drinking more and more whiskey and being introduced to whiskey are in their 20s. They're young. They're not our age. I'm 50. So it's really like my favorite statistic is these young kids that are coming in, and now these young kids we have that are being introduced to this Korean whiskey. So I'm really happy that I am able.
Yeah, it's a really good question. Nobody said it would be easy. I think it's a question also of scale. I think if we were to pull the latest, what's the latest day, the latest figure in total Scotch whisky distillation in 2023 volume? Brendan?
Thank you. 550 million dollars.
Yeah, so total distillation in New Zealand, I think was $150,000.
So one distillery is just about to expand. It's going to cost $200 million. One distillery.
Yeah. So I think if you compare that to the world whiskey category and the total volume of distillation, it's tiny. But I think scale is important as well within the world whiskey category. I think we've got to be able to go out there and put a product at a price point which is positioned to compete with the old world with a quality which is as good. And I think that's going to grow the category for us.
We are not only whiskey distillery, we are importer, and we import Amrut and some other whiskeys in the Japanese market. And so I visited distillery several years ago, and it was very impressive. And I learned a lot from Amrut. Every country has every culture, every retail culture, and every style of food culture. So there are many different kinds of whiskey making. So the whiskey was a small world. Whiskey business is small world. So we have the Scottish distillery one place, the event and drink beer, and very small world I saw. But now many from many countries, from many distillers come in and produce a lot of different types of whiskey. So I think there's whiskey business goes another level, next level before communicating with others. So it is very interesting timing. Of course, and I much talked with on the same table. We keep the amount of production small, and so we have to find a small customers for us. So I think it is interesting. Yes.
You've probably heard the words said before that in Scotland they spill more than we make in Australia. Yeah, so I mentioned in my talk that for the last sort of 10 years, we've been selling everything that we have available in bottle in Australia. And it's only now that we are seeing an increase in production from what we made 5 to 6 years ago. So we are really only just dipping our toes in the water with export now. So I'm excited to start again, like I did with my car boot full of whiskey back in 2011 in Australia. I'm really excited to do that now as a new world whiskey in other countries. And look, we're still only going to have very small volume to offer to export markets, so it might just be one country or it might just be one small area where we might be able to get over into.
Yeah, I was thinking there's a couple of things that come out of that. One, which Tycho touched on, is that whiskey is a cultural product, and you touched on it as well, Brian, saying the style you were making was to suit the Korean palate and the food influence, etc. And that's very much, for me, I think that's what whiskey is about, what this thing called world whiskey is about. It is about celebrating local culture and being different. And, this isn't even a question, it's just a rant, because I've got a microphone. No, it is a question. Do you think that this, I think, somewhat patronising term, world whiskey needs to be scrapped, and we need to have an Australian shelf, as well as a Japanese shelf, the New Zealand shelf, Korean shelf, and they hold up your hand and say whatever country you're from, rather than this dreadful thing called world whiskey? That was a question.
Yeah, well, I'd love to see that.
I was a whiskey collector and I bought the beer internet. So, yes, shelf is limited, but yes, customers can buy every whiskey. Is the answer?
Yeah, that's a good answer.
Yeah, I think it'd be lovely to imagine we could have a shelf for New Zealand whiskey or Australian whiskey, etc. around the world. I don't think it's going to happen in our time necessarily. I think what I like about world whiskey, whether I like the name or don't like the name, is this family. I think that's what I've really discovered over the last 4 or 5 years is that, yeah, in Scotland from a certain point, yes, we all work together behind the scenes, etc. The rest of it, from a commercial point of view, we're all competitors. But actually, in world whiskey, we're not competitors. We're almost out there trying to build a category. I think I enjoy that.
I mean, honestly, yes, I'd like to have a Korean because we're the only commercial right But yeah, at the end of the day, that would be really nice. Also, within the world of whiskeys, I think it's that if you make a good product and it's a unique enough product, then again, people research. There's so much more internet research that can be done, and the young kids are researching more and more about what to drink and what they want to drink. So being within the world also is good too.
Right, there's a whole bunch of hands. You need to put your hands up again, that quick. Right, we'll go along here, then we'll come to Chanel and back, and then we'll back. Okay, right. I've got you. Right. I'm going to start over here. Yeah, no? Okay, you're going. Yeah.
Hi, Tomo from Kanosuke Distillery, Japan. My question is about awards. I assume that the new distillery making the reputation as soon as possible is a key challenge for everyone. When it comes to the building the reputation, how do you put the importance to the awards, and how do you approach it?
Awards. So,
Awards is, I think, very important. Just in the marketing sense, we have to put that in the forefront. I'm hoping the costs go down for the awards. It's fairly expensive to send one bottle overseas, but yes, I think that is one of our key marketing aspects that we have to look at the beginning.
I can see my wife shaking her head in the background already what I'm going to say. It's a necessary evil. I think I'll probably leave it at that. I mean, there's a lot of benefit. I think reassurance for the consumer. I think there's a lot of competitions out there today. It does cost a lot of money. There's no doubt question credibility and coherence around them as well. But I think it's possibly necessary evil.
I just think there's far too many different awards to be entered now. I wish there was about 2 or 3 really good ones that are more recognisable, which there are, but there just seems to be a lot now. I feel like every second day in my inbox there's another invitation to enter different awards. I think that can be quite confusing for customers too.
I'm sorry, I have heard images on with awards because I want to share my experiment with the people. So I think it will be for the awards. It will not win awards. So, but to know to the people unknown to our distillery, people are not win awards is important for our promotion, kind of promotion. So, yes, that's why this year we entered the NFA.
Thank you. Okay, right. We were just past the mic. Oh, look, take the mic. Fine. Sorry. You're doing a very good job. No.
Thank you. This is Roland from Landscape. First of all, congratulations, all of you. Have incredible stories. I'm humbled just listening to them, so I congratulate you on that. I'm going to ask you a little bit of a cheeky question. So in the States, we have this joke that the two happiest days of your life are when you buy your boat and when you sell your boat. In kind of that same vein, if you had a choice to do it again, would you start your own whiskey distillery? That's one thing. And then a follow-on to that is, if you had one or two different pieces of advice, or you had a chance to reset and do something different with your whiskey distillery, what would you do? So those two questions.
Okay. You would like to pick this one up first. Would you do it again, knowing everything?
Yes, I do it again with investors with deeper pockets, but yes. What I do different? I think because the knowledge of hindsight, these awesome woods that we're using that are from Korea, I probably like to build a cooperage or try to get our own woods that we could.
Will I do it again? If I was younger, yes. It's, I think there's an age within this kind of thing. But no regrets. No regrets at all. Will I do things differently? Probably not. I think with, especially in New Zealand, we had to do things a certain way. We were one of the first ones with car drone as well at the same time. But again,
would you do it all again?
I recommend. I was lucky because when I found my company in 2012, no one drink whiskey in Japan except the Impa people. So very niche market, and fortunately in 2014, the national broadcast TV station on air the story of Nika Taketsu Masada, and this makes the whiskey boom in Japan. So timing was, yes, timing was just a moment for me. So I very thank you. Yes, broadcast station. So yes, timing is very important, I think. So I just don't recommend.
I wouldn't like to have to start again. We've already done that in 2016. Yeah. But yes, obviously we were willing to do that, and I'm really thankful that we did. And what we would do differently, I'm sure Mark would agree, and I'm sure Dad would agree, that he should have put down a lot more whiskey in 2007, particularly his 200 litre bourbon cask. So in 2007, he filled a small number of 200 litre bourbon casks from Kentucky, and we've only had the joy of releasing them over the last 2 years as 12-year-olds, and they are such beautiful whiskies. I just wish we had a lot more. But,
and then just picking up on what your initial comment there, Brian, what would there are some people in the audience who are about to start distilleries. What would be your one piece of advice to a new distiller, other than don't start?
Just to be prepared, be ready. You know, have your research, well run it out, have a lot of finance behind you, and expect that it does take time, from maturation to coming up with your name and your brand, and then selling your product. It's a long process. It's a long, slow process. So yeah, just to not think that it's going to happen quickly, I guess, and to enjoy the process, of course.
My answer is, I don't recommend. Only the people who doesn't hear other voice can build his own distillery.
Yeah. That's all the World Whisky Forum ends.
One piece of advice, make sure you've got cash behind it. I think it's time, so just don't, whatever you're going to spend, you said yesterday, double it. Double it, and don't be in a rush, don't rush anything, because if you're going to rush it, you're going to go for it, and that's
double it or quadruple it in Elixir's case. Talking about Elixir, Chanel, you the question.
Hi guys, my name is Chanel McCoy. I am from Elixir Distillery, to stay the same. We spend a lot of time talking about how we're going to bring the local people into what we're doing. So I want to ask all of you, but probably more pointed to you, Matthew, in terms of what you're doing to sort of bring in the local people. I see you use Godzilla casks, and the water in the name is all mine, and I just would be really interested to know what you did to start.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're heavily involved with the local community. We're very proud to be Kiwis, very proud to be making a New Zealand whiskey. We support the local community, local farming community. We do our draft and hotel for free for local farmers. We work closely with the forestry department in New Zealand to make sure that any timber that we use in the cooperages is sustainably forested. A lot of the native New Zealand teas are protected species, so we've got to be very careful about that as well. The whiskey, it's called Komoro. It's the name of the village where we live. In Maori, it means spirit of the night, which is pretty cool for whiskey as well. I think at the same time we're proud to be Kiwi. We're very respectful of our culture as well. There's things, we're not trying to appropriate the culture of New Zealand or the Maori culture. We're just very proud to do what we do. And that's just a question for you, Mark.
I was just thinking of the three societies there. It's a very brave Scotsman that wanders around wearing a kilt and a mesh floor.
I don't allow him to wear it. Rules against that in Korea, but yes, it's so important to have the locals involved. And I am half local, half American, and of course Andrew won't be there that long, but we're the Korean side, like I said earlier, are torchbearers. They're going to be the next generation that keeps this going. So that is one of the most important parts of our country.
And also, in Tassie, you've now an established kind of whiskey community. So how has that changed Tasmania? The number of distilleries you've got, or whiskey producing area?
Yeah, just a lot more people drinking whiskey, and Matt mentioned earlier the younger people. So majority of our whiskey that we sell is to 25 to 35-year-olds. A lot of them female as well, which is great. And yeah, it's definitely changed. I mean, we host tastings called Malt Vaults, where we invite people from anywhere in Tasmania, or if you're travelling the rest of Australia, you can also come. But on Friday nights, where people can just come to the distillery and sit upstairs and we actually invite a distiller from another distillery in Tasmania to come and present. So we do a side-by-side whisky tasting with our whisky and another distillery. So there's great camaraderie there, and people really love that, hearing from another distiller at our distillery.
Title, how important then is local community, and also younger people coming in to train to be distillers?
Yes, often young people are working in my distillery, and they came all over Japan. And in Japan, people think whiskey is romantic drink. They have good image about whiskey, so they say, oh, whiskey, it's good, fantastic. So I always say, yes, there's only romanticism. And it is very important for me because people who don't know me wants to collaborate with our distillery. From the, not only local people, but from other areas. And this is very important. So we have many chance to collaborate with. And of course, young people drink whiskey now while coming. So last event, Chichibu Whiskey Matsuri, there are so many young people. So the future will be good, I think. Yeah.
Thanks. Martin, you have a question. And then I'll come. You go first.
Martin Smith from Day2 Distillery in Norway. This is part building on what Brendan asked Mika and Dave. You are making malt whiskey Scottish style, but still focusing on local, communicating it as a local product. My question, I guess, is the Scottish style to make it understandable? Like, you have the credibility of making it in the Scottish tradition, and that you have to go with either local barley or other local ingredients. And how important is it to establish a style of whiskey when you're not a whiskey producing nation from before? How quickly can you start talking about establishing a certain whiskey style? Because it all comes back to consumer trust in, a New Zealand whiskey or an Australian whiskey or a Norwegian whiskey, which we're launching in November, Korean whiskey. Japanese whiskey has a strong name. We are a lot of people from countries who have that strong legacy. Partly around part.
No, it's fine. I think maybe take the second part of the question first. See what I mean? How long do you think it takes to establish an individual style? Not even a national style, but you can pick up that fast. Oh yes, I know that is.
I think, fortunately or unfortunately, the Scottish style is what the foundation is. It's what many people's palates are used to, and call that great whiskey. We use that as the tradition and the experience in making that, but also I think it's really important. Of course, I said there's unique things that we've done, and I think everybody in different countries have done their own unique thing, but I think it's just as important to have that great story and how to market that story that you have, not just on social media, but what kind of PLSM are we putting on the shelves to say, oh, this is from Norway, this is from Korea. That story is really, really important, I think, to to make your country or your whiskey stand out, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know if Scottish style is the right word. I think, are we making single malt whiskey in a traditional single malt whiskey way? Yes, because there's a way of making single malt whiskey. Afterwards, we're doing things different enough to set us apart. Yes, I think we are. I think it's, especially from my point of view with Bourgogne, we're not looking for credibility from Scotland, we're not looking for credibility from the whole world. It's very much about distancing ourselves as far as we possibly can from that. It could be tempting for me to do that personally, but it really is to say that no, we're New Zealand single malt whiskey. And we're not looking for inspiration in the past, we're building our story from today. And it's a new story, and that for us is very important.
I answered how the Scottish whiskey production is important before the question that when I decided to build my own distillery and found my site, it took 2 years, and so at the start, my brand was Komoro whiskey. So I always thinking about whiskey. So I forgot my wife's last name. So. Yes, but it did very well. But thinking, and I found my way of whiskey production and whiskey style. Yes, based on Scotch whiskey, Japanese whiskey, and some other Sweden, High Coast, and Macmillan. With the distillery, I think the result is the mix of those.
Yes, so although we are using traditional Scottish style distilling techniques, we're using Tasmanian ingredients and Australian casks, so Australian Apera and Australian tawny casks. So I suppose that gives it a Australian style.
That's fine. Snapping. And talking about snapping, one last question. Who's right at the back now? And maybe snapping.
Hi, thanks everyone. Really great discussion this morning. I think I've got just 2 questions.
Oh,
Jeez. I think the word that I really wanted to hear more of this morning was cash. And I would love to hear more about people's experience of cash investment and how cash has fueled or frustrated you over the years of the start of your distillery. My second question is very quick. Brian, if you are 50, truly, Zoe and I need to know your skincare regime.
Do you want to go with skincare?
Skincare regime, let's talk about that later. Mostly shades. It's such an important part of the cash element is because I found some investors at the very beginning that were, I think not just had deep pockets, but they were understanding of what we're going to be doing. If you are looking at private equity, those guys are going to be down your throat every 6 months asking for graphs and charts and what's happening next. You gotta just find people who are very understanding with their investment. It's gonna be one of those people that are just investing, forget it and leave it, and then maybe 10 years down the road they come back and say, wow, you built something really great. And fortunately, those are most of the investors that we've had. Now we have to look for new investors that will be like that, but that's just such an important part of starting the distillery.
Yeah, I mean, clearly it's a major thing. And with both, we financed ourselves stupidly, my wife will say. But we did it because we wanted to be self-sustainable. We wanted to, it's a passion project, we wanted to master our own destiny. We didn't want to have the pressure, have to compromise. We wanted to be able to kind of lead our own journey. So, yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's vital, it's difficult, especially if it's a stupid decision like we did not to do white spirit and Chinese cast. Adds that bit of pressure on it as well. Yeah.
To fund my distillery, I found all the money I have. So there's no bank account near zero. So I'm the only shareholder, and I was success to rent enough budget from bankers, and now I'm not fighting, negotiating with bankers for several years. Yes.
So when Dad started, he was retired. So he was retired at 50, and money, I guess he had set aside, was there to start a distillery, much to Mum's disgust. He wasn't going to be travelling or anything like that. But he only put as much as he could afford to put into it, I guess, and it was small scale to begin with. Then when Mark and I purchased Overend Distillery back in 2020, we really wanted to do that ourselves. So we got a big loan to be able to buy the brand back, and we could only afford to buy a certain number of barrels back from Lark Distillery. And we bought enough to last us until our whiskey was going to be of age from the distillery that we started. And then thankfully, because we needed to pay our loan back to buy the brand back, we went really hard with the sales in Australia, and we quadrupled what Lark was selling of Overend whiskey. And so we actually had to go back to them 4 times for more barrels, which was great. But one of the other things that we've been really fortunate to have supporting our business is a contract. So we actually contract several thousand litres for another party, and that has been really helpful for us financially. It allows us to put larger barrels down for the future and not have to get any more loans. That's been really good.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Well, before we put our hands together to say thank you very much for an amazing discussion, a quick bit of housekeeping. We're going to have a group photo, folks, after this, but not here. We're going to go outside and have our photograph taken. But what a great morning it's been. Please put your hands together for our panel. Thank you. The bar has been set very high for the next sort of I demand onsen and serve food from now on. Okay, right, let's start on our afternoon session, which is the Japanese whiskey experience with a stellar panel. And the reason that I wanted to do this particular session, not just because obviously we're in Japan, but because here we have a 100-year-old, congratulations, happy birthday London, and next year, this year, 90 years later, this year. So 190-year-old whiskey industry. And if you look around the rest of this region, everybody else is relatively new, but Japan has gone through the great cycles that whiskey does, which will attack the nation's whiskey business. So the story in the Japanese whiskey experience is about evolution, it's about good times, it's about tougher times, it's about rebirth, it's about continual improvement. It's the whiskey world at the moment is it's quite interesting when you're speaking to these distillers around the world, and it's kind of picking up on a couple of things that were raised in that last session. Yes, the whiskey is made in a traditional or Scottish style, and whereas distillers always used to look to Scotland and then readapt it, so many distillers around the world, including Japan, have touched point rather than Scotland, and that's really, really important because of the production innovation and the way Japanese whiskey is produced and the mindset of the Japanese distiller. So that is one reason for wanting to talk about it here, but also about the lessons that can be learned as whiskey is a dynamic and ever-changing business, not just production, but actually the bigger picture. So I'm going to hand over, and we're going to do this in kind of chronological order, and not age. But first up, Shichi Fukuyo.
So, good afternoon, everybody. So, as introduced, I am Shinji Fukuyo, the fifth generation of Suntory, chief blend of Suntory. So, firstly, let me introduce myself. I joined Suntory in 1984, already 40 years ago. I started my whiskey career at the Hakushu Distillery. So, I worked there for 8 years as a distillery staff. Then I moved to Yamazaki Distillery as a blender. It was 1992, already 13 years ago. So since then, basically, I have been in charge of our blender. However, since 1996 to 2002, altogether 6 years, I also worked in Scotland. So first 2 years, I had a scientific project at the Heliotrope University in Edinburgh. Then last 4 years, I worked for Wilson Distillers, which was Suntory's subsidiary Scottish company. Actually, I worked in the Scottish industry for 4 years. Then, after coming back to Japan, in 2009, I was appointed as the fifth chief blender of Suntory. And also, in 2018, I was appointed as a whiskey quality advisor to Beam Suntory. You know, Beam Suntory was born in 2014. So nowadays, Beam Suntory has 5 distilleries in Scotland: Beaumont, Lafroig, Pointshire in Holland, and Glengarry and Ardmore. And 3 distilleries in the United States, 2 distilleries of GB, and 1 is a Vegas mark. And 1 distillery in Canada, Albert, and also 1 distillery in Ireland, and Poole Distillery. So now we are, communicated and exchange the technical ideas. Now my question to give some advice that can be Suntory Poole Distillery. So this is my background. So today, this is my agenda today. I start with the history of Suntory whiskey, 100 years. But this will include the market trend in Japan and some reason why we can recover. Right? Then, and I also share my idea what makes Japanese whiskey quality, and also use Japanese whiskey production. It's right. I hope you will enjoy that. So, as I already discussed, Suntory started whiskey production 100 years ago. So actually, in 1923, the construction of Yamazaki Distillery started. Then last year, we celebrated our 100 years whiskey production. So, out of Japan, we have built such kind of memory area using Hollywood star Keanu Reeves, as you can see. And so, I have a very super privilege as a chief blender, like this. know, this thing from YouTube. That's why you can see that. If you search sampling time, piano mix, and blender, you can find some videos. And in addition to that, and Kian kindly joined our 100 years event in New York and London. In particular, in London, I had a seat next to Kian. For 2 hours, we had a chat. Actually, Kian likes whiskey very much. In particular, he loves PBE21. So anyway, so 100 years ago, construction was actually started. At that time, our founder, Shinjiro Tori, was already 45 years old. The next year, 1924, first distillation started. So this slide shows that this is a bar. So at that time, you know, bar handled in this kind of bar style. Then we have a promoting as a beginning. But this promoting continued by the end of 1950s. So since then, we don't have promoting. But we started very recently. Then we have to use picking using this kind of powder glue, but unfortunately this building no longer permanent. And this is near side is a mushroom, and far side is the wood mosh bags. So these facilities are basically adapted traditional specification for Scotch whiskey, because already you know we were inspired by Scotch whiskey. And Mr. Masataka Taketsu, he went to Scotland to learn how to make whiskey, and he modeled Scotch whiskey process. That's why these facilities and process and pricing that Scotch whiskey. Then this section, we started 2 bottles. One obviously washed still, the other spirit still. Then as you can see the bottom and the left side, these guys that are put in the core. So we started the core fire distillation in the third. Then obviously we put a new recipe in the wood cask. So then first authentic Japanese whiskey, blended whiskey, launched in 1929, which means that after 5 years, so first product was launched. But it didn't sell well. Actually, the first successful Japanese whiskey product launched 1937, 13 years after the first distillation. So first very tough time. In this time, some guy discussed that cash flow may be very difficult times. 13 years, you know. Already invested, no return, but still somebody survived. Actually, this slide shows that the trend of whiskey sales in Japan. So first, from first distillation to the end of the World War II, maybe I can say it's a kind of dawn period of Japanese whiskey. But after World War II, so according to the rapid Japanese economic growth, so whiskey sales increased drastically, as you can see. However, the peak in 1983. After that, for 25 years, whiskey sales have kept declining. 25 years. So, and the reason would be probably the price increase due to the tax reform, and also other spirit liquors popularity like wine or domestic Japanese shochu spirits. Then 25 years we had a very hard time. So during this tough time, we had a little distillation due to the stock surplus. And operators in Distillery had nothing to do. That's why they have to leave their duties or any other department like a brewery or a mineral water bottling plant. And also even when they come to distillery, nothing to do. So just they are doing weeding, cleaning, maintenance, something like that. It's been really tough 25 years. However, finally, in 2008, there was a whiskey highball boom. So it was a trigger for the revitalization of Japanese whiskey. The direct factor of revitalization was Kathleen highball, as you can see. The Japanese market at that time, not only Japanese whiskey, even Scotch whiskey, but also even other liquors like sake or shochu also joined the highball boom. But as a background to the highball boom, already the marketing element is talked about, but I don't think so. From as a whiskey producer and as a whiskey technical person, I believe, improvement of whiskey quality is the real reason for the revitalization. So our quality improvement history and story will be discussed tomorrow, not today, as a session on the Pub Can Whiskey B. Okay? Even after the still highly good available in Japan, in this morning, Taiko-san said that the Japanese TV program picked up the story of the Santa Katakitsu. In addition to that, for the same year, thank you, Jim Murray, he put the highest score on the Yamazaki sherry cask. So it is the first time. So as a result, our quality and our idea, Santori's name spread all the world. Then nowadays Japanese is held as a very high price in the liquor shop, not production price, and also tend to be priced extremely high as an auction. Like these are the examples of the Yamazaki 50. And also the evidence of quality improvement, as this slide shows. I'm sorry in advance for bragging. Santori has received a lot of awards for medals in global distinct competitions. So now I'm talking about Santori history mainly, but obviously other Japanese whiskey, Nika-san and Ichiro-san, Kimi-san also received so many medals, I believe. So nowadays, our whiskey is so popular and highly demanded throughout the world, as you may know. It's a kind of a Japanese whiskey history. Then I move to the what makes Japanese whiskey quality. So I believe the Japanese whiskey characterized by harmony of Japanese nature and the craftsmanship. So when I say that the nature means that the water and the climate. The water used to Japanese whiskey is very clean and soft water, particularly in comparison to the water used in Scottish whiskey making. So Scottish water contains many organic compounds and sometimes something of the brownish in color. So such kind of Scottish water tend to make a strong character and very full body type spirit. But the Japanese water, very clear and soft water, produce very elegant and refined spirit. Then Japanese whiskey is still, I believe that. 주의. And also craftsmanship. So the condition of the maturation is very delicate terms of whiskey, but to reach the refinement and the complexity of whiskey station, it all comes back to the craftsmanship of people who work for whiskey making. And Japanese craftsmen are very detailed in their work, paying great attention and care to all aspects of their creation. So this is true in the arts like pottery, cuisine, and tea ceremony, and also even in modern industries like car manufacturing and watchmaking every time. So Japanese partnership is so in detail and very precise, I believe. So whiskey making is also part, and this Japanese spirit of craftsmanship is reflected in all Japanese whiskey making process. Okay, and I also share my idea about the uniqueness of Japanese whiskey production. So, Scotch again. So always exciting Scotch whiskey, but as the production process itself is almost the same. That's why comparison with Scotch whiskey is maybe easy to understand the features of Japanese whiskey making. So as you know, there are more than 100 distilleries in Scotland. Nowadays I have 140 something like that. But maybe last 100 years, more than 100 years, always about 100 distilleries available. So that's why Scotch blenders, they can use different whiskey from each different distilleries. So even Diageo, Pernod, Perriton, they can exchange, sell and buy the whiskey. That kind of very common business practice. However, in Japan nowadays, so many distilleries are
上流の数は2002年10月現在で76カ所となっています。現在建設予定のものを含める。
But let me say, 10 years ago, probably one distillery probably less than 10, I believe. So even Suntory, we have only 2 multiple distilleries, Yamazaki and Hakushi, and 1 great distillery. And yes, and Nika-san and Yoichi and Miyagi and Godema distillery so far available, but we don't have such kind of business practice, give and sell the bulk whiskey. That's why, so we have to make a different type of whiskey in single distillery to make good blend from blender's perspective. We require a different type of whiskey to make a good blend. So this is an example of the Yamazaki distillery. We have a both like here, stainless steel and wooden washbacks, and also different size and different shape of boxes. Maybe tomorrow I will discuss why different shape of boxes in next session, afternoon session. And also we brought different cars like expand barrels, punch on boxes, and shape, Spanish oak, Japanese oak, and even French oak as well. And not only this kind of material facilities we are using non-peated barrel, malted barrel, medium peated and heavily peated to distill different degree of smokiness of each spirit. Sometimes we use different type of yeast, and also sometimes we have changed the length of the fermentation 2 days or 4 days to distill different type of spirit. Then there's some kind of different whiskey to be blended, like a carbon and hibiki, something like that. So in this morning we have discussed, actually now, non-peated, heavy peated, different type cask is very common practice in Japan. So almost every craft distillery employs such kind of, even not blending purpose, but now that is very common practice. If we see that, let me say, 23 years ago in Scotland, maybe blended, probably almost American, a bit of cherry cask, but no heavily peated blended, no heavily peated variety, but it is time to shifting. But I believe uniqueness of Japanese whiskey process is a kind of different type of whiskey in the one distillery. Okay. Okay, to summarize, firstly, I talked about history of Suntory whiskey and Japanese whiskey. It's not so every time happy. We have experienced very tough time, but I believe according to quality improvement, we are still surviving. And also, Japanese make whiskey characteristics comes from nature and craftsmanship, water and climate, and the details of works in distillery. And finally, uniqueness, such kind of different type of whiskey, can be distilled and can be matured in some distilleries. So this is my I just shared. Thank you.
Now we have Mika, so we have Hiromi Ozaki, accompanied by Emiko Kaji.
Hello everyone. My name is Hiromi Ozaki, Chief Blender of Day2 Whisky. But I'm so sorry, I'm not good at English, so I speak Japanese. And Eriko translation English.
Hi there, so thank you for having us. I'm Eriko Kaji, who is managing the global marketing and sales except Japan. So as he mentioned, he will explain in Japanese, but I may add some my own words. So let's start it.
はい、さっきデータからも紹介ありましたようにですね、今年、日課ウイスキーはですね、1934年に創業しておりまして、今年2024年はですね、ちょうど90周年の記念すべき年となります。
So as David mentioned, Nika is celebrating 90th anniversary. Our company was established in 1934. So this is a very special memorial here.
我々日課ウイスキーの創設者はですね、先ほどから何度もお名前出していただいてますけれども、竹鶴正孝になりますけれども、今日はですね、彼のウイスキー作りに取り組んだ、経歴を、振り返りながらですね、日課ウイスキーのウイスキー作りの進化なり、今後目指しているものなどについて、ご説明させていただきます。
So this is our founder, Masata Takejuru. You know, he is well known as the father of Japanese whiskey. So in this presentation, we will explain how he struggled to master whiskey making and what was his view on whiskey making and what he wanted to achieve.
はい、彼はですね、1894年、 広島県の竹原というところで、造り酒屋の三男として生まれました。
So Masataka was born into the sake producer in Hiroshima, which is called Taketsuru Shudo, in 1894. Taketsuru Shudo still exists and produces a very unique sake, which is and smell like a sherry, a Pinot sherry. If you have a chance, please try.
で、彼は大学でですね、造り酒屋のこともありまして、醸造学を、学びました。で、ただですね、彼自身にとっては、日本酒というよりは、どっちかというと洋酒の方に興味が向きまして、卒業した後、1916年には大阪にあります摂津酒造という、お酒会社に入ったんですけども、ここはアルコールとか、イミテーションなんですけど、ウイスキーとかワインなんかを作っている、会社であります。
So Masataka learned, so I don't know how is it correct?
I would just say
Zynology.
Fermentation. Fermentation. I thought you know.
Thank you very much.
What is that? Fermentation.
Fermentation. In Japanese, Jodoga. So, thank you. And despite he was from sake producer, Masataka was got more interested in the Western type of alcohol beverages, and he entered a company called Setsu Shudo. So Setsu Shudo at that time was one of the leading beer producers in Osaka, and they used to produce some whiskey-like products at the time.
はい、でそして1918年にですね、その摂津酒造の方から、本格的なウイスキー作りを学ぶために、単身、本当に日本からは初めて単身でスコットランドに、行って、その本格的ウイスキー作りを学ぶということになります。
So that company, Setsudo, was planning to make authentic genuine whiskey. So Masataka was lucky to be assigned to the person in charge, and he was sent from Japan to Scotland alone to learn how to make whiskey. It was 1918.
はい、で最初に、スコットランドに行ってグラスゴー大学に聴講生として入りまして、そこで、有機化学とか無機化学とか、そういったものを、勉強いたしました。
So he traveled alone, so via US to Scotland, and he first arrived in Glasgow, and without any appointment, he tried to first learn at school. And he was lucky to enroll at the University of Glasgow, and he continued further learning.
はい、で、その後ですね、実際にウイスキーの蒸留所へ行って、実際にウイスキー作りを学びたいということで、いろいろあったんですけど、なかなか受け入れることがなかったんですけども、やっと3つの蒸留所で、ウイスキー作りを学ぶことができました。で、1つ目がですね、ローゼスにあります、ロングモングレンリベット蒸留所というところで、ウイスキー作りの、糖化発酵、蒸留初動と、一通りの、作りを学びました。ここでは1週間ぐらいが研修だったということです。で、ここの写真はその時の、右側の写真ですね、その時の、ロングモン蒸留所での一コマの写真となります。
So Masataka tried to have a practical training at Scottish distilleries. He tried to knock the door of every distillery, but it's not allowed. But luckily, the three Scottish distillers are candidates selected. The first one was a Longmont Glenlivet distillery, so where he learned the overall production of whiskey making. So this picture is at the Longmont.
はい、でその後ですね、2箇所目はですね、ホーネスにありますジェームズ・カルダーというカルダー社での工場で株式蒸留機によるグレーンウイスキーの作り方を学びます。大体3週間ぐらいで研修したということです。
So second distillery was James Calder in Bowness, where he had to make grain whiskey in a coffee still. He stayed there for about 3 weeks.
で、最後3番目にですね、キャンベルタウンにありますヘーゼルバーン蒸留所に行きまして、稲谷博士の下で、ウイスキー作りとともに学術的な研究だとかブレンドについて、さらには、ウイスキー蒸留所ウイスキー会社の運営についてなどウイスキー作りのすべてを学んだということで、5ヶ月ぐらいそこで研修しております。
So the third distillery was Hazelbaum. So he met his mentor, Dr. Ines. The picture is here. And with Dr. Ines, Mr. further learn about whiskey making, especially blending. Also, he will learn how to manage, how to the business like how to manage distillery and whiskey industry. And he stayed there for 5 months. At that time, sorry, it is a French story, but at that time he was already with a widow. So before he went to the Hazelbaum, he got married with Scottish lady widow. So he was not allowed at the time.
はい、これがですね、その正隆がスコットランドで研修をしたウイスキー作りを記録に残した結論ノートというものがありまして、例えばこれは、ヘーゼルバン蒸留所のポットスチルをスケッチしたものなんですけれども、これを参考に余市のポットスチルを作ったということになります。
So these are old notes, which is called Taketsuru notes. So Masataka tried to write everything he had done and he had saw during his apprenticeship. And if you look at these two pictures, the sketch on the left is the photo still Hazelbaum. And the picture on the right is the Yoichi's first photo still. They are quite similar to each other because Masataka tried to understand the mechanic and also he took memo. Even he volunteered to wash inside the photo still to learn how to learn shape. And later he designed his own photo still based on this sketch and his memory. So I tried to show this replica of Taketsuru notes, but I'm sorry, I left in my hotel room. So during the tasting this evening, I will show you. Please come to us.
はい、それでですね、1920年に、スコットランド研修を経て日本に帰国するんですけれども、そこではですね、日本は第一次世界大戦の後の不況といいますか、そういうことで接種がかなり苦しくなりまして、本格的ウイスキーの製造を断念するという状況になりました。そこで、1922年にセット収納を退社するということになります。
So in 2020, Masataka returned to Japan with return. But after that, he found that the company which sent Masataka to Scotland had to give up its project to make Japanese whiskey due to the recession after the World War. So he was so depressed and decided to leave Setsudo in 1922.
で、その翌年1923年にやはり本格的にウイスキーを作ろうというふうに考えていらっしゃった寿屋さん、先ほども名前で出ますけれども、鳥居慎次郎さんの誘いを受けてですね、寿屋さん、現在のサントリーの会社に10年の約束ということで入社いたします。
So after that, in the meantime, another company called Whisky, current Suntory, also had a plan to make Japanese whiskey. And the owner, Mr. Tori, kindly hired Masataka as a distillery manager. So thank you for having me. So,
で、そこでもうその23年ですかね、日本で初めてのウイスキー蒸留所、山崎蒸留所の建設が始まりまして、そこにも携わり、そして1929年に日本、先ほどもありましたけれども、日本の本格的ウイスキー、最初のウイスキーであるサントリー白蔵が発売されます。
So Masataka was honored to be the part of the project member to build the Yamazaki Distillery and to make the very first Japanese whiskey called Shirobura from Suntory.
で、入社から約10年経った1934年にですね、やっぱり自分の理想の地でウイスキーを作りたいという思いもありましたので、10年も過ぎたということで、1934年に寿屋さんを退社することになりました。
After 10 years, Masataka decided to leave Kotobukiya to become independent.
で、その同じ年1934年にですね、新しい会社、大日本果汁株式会社という、会社を作りまして、まずすぐにはウイスキーを作らないんです。やはりウイスキーを作るには、 貯蔵などに時間がかかりますので、まずは会社のきっちりしたなんですかね、確立するために、会社の規模を確立するために、北海道の余市なんですけども、そこの名産のリンゴを使って、リンゴジュース、リンゴジャム、あるいはリンゴワインなんかを作って、会社の基礎を高めてからやるということで、大日本果汁という会社を作りますけれども、この日本果汁の2と果を使って、将来的には日課ウイスキーという社名になるということであります。
He established his own company, but original corporate name was not Nikka Whisky, but Nippon Kaju, meaning the Great Japanese Juice Company. So as you know, the whiskey business is time consuming, so you have to wait until the whiskey is well mature. Then the company started making apple products in Yoichi, because Yoichi is also very famous for the apple, like Naranjito. So the Nippon Kaju used to make apple juice, apple wine, apple jam, apple something, and these are all labeled as apple products. And later, the corporate name changed to the Nikka. So Nikka came from the name Nippon Kaju. This is how Nikka was born.
設立から2年後ですね、1936年に最初の蒸留を始めております。で、1940年には最初の商品であります日課ウイスキーを発売し、で、1952年に先ほどありましたように社名を日課ウイスキーというふうに変更しています。
So the company started distillation in 1966 after 2 years from the foundation. So because he during the period he had to design his bottle and place the order with the chocolate manufacturer and waiting for the it was installed. Then first whiskey bottle of Nikka whiskey was released in 1940. Then in 1952, the corporate name was changed to the Nikka whiskey. So that bottle is very first whiskey. So you can see if you come to the Yoichi Distillery Museum.
で、正隆がですね、理想としたウイスキー作りに専念するだという思いの中にはですね、ここに書いてありますように、一人でも多くの人に美味しいウイスキーを飲んでもらいたいという、気持ち、それの一年で、こだわったウイスキー作りを、これから始めるということになります。
So Masataka established his own company because he wanted to offer the good whiskey to as many people as possible. It was his dream and ambition.
はい、そしてですね、この正隆が目指した理想のウイスキー作りにはですね、欠かせない4つの要素がありまして、まず、1つ目がスコットランドと、似た気候風土の中で、ウイスキーを作るということであります。で、2つ目が、タイプの異なる複数のモルトウイスキーを作るということ。そして3つ目、これは美味しいブレンデッドウイスキーを作るために株式上流機によるグレーンウイスキーの製造。で、最後4つ目にブレンド技術。この4つの要素を大切にいたしました。
So he aimed to produce his ideal whiskey in Japan. So he saw there were 4 essential factors for his ideal whiskey. The first one is location similar to Scotland, where he learned how to make whiskey. And the second one is a variety of malt whiskey. And the third one is a quality grain whiskey, particularly distilled in a box still. And the last is was flavor skills.
で、このスコットランドに似た気候風土っていうのは、冷涼で湿度が高くして、きれいな水が豊富で空気もきれいというような、環境にあります。
So location similar to Scotland means the place with a cool climate and also moderate humidity and also rich nature sources and water.
では最初の2つスコットランドに似た気候での、異なるタイプのモルトウイスキーの、製造ということで説明させていただきます。
So based on his thought, he built a 2 distillery and started to make 2 single malt.
これが最初の蒸留所であります余市蒸留所の写真になります。
This is the picture of Yoichi Distillery in winter.
で余市蒸留所は創業の年であります1934年に建てられまして、北海道の余市というところに、 かったんですけども、まあ、平均気温が8度ということで、非常に冷涼であります。でここでは本当ウイスキーを作っているという蒸留所であります。
The Whisky Distillery was built in 1934 at the same time of the company's foundation. And the average annual temperature here is 8 degrees Celsius, very cool. And here we are making only malt whiskey.
でこれが余市蒸留所の前景の写真になりますけれども、上の方に日本海、そしてここに余市川という川が流れておりまして、非常に湿潤な環境となります。
So this is the overall picture of the Whisky Distillery. It is very close to the sea and also along with the Yochi River, which is a low water source. It is very climate and with a very cool place with moderate humidity.
でこの写真にありましたように、冬になると非常に雪深い雪に覆われまして、非常に冷涼な環境となります。
It snows a lot in winter, and if you can see this small building, it was the very first headquarters of the place. It is almost like a doghouse, so if you have to purchase please still keep it as a great asset.
でこれが余市蒸留所のスポットシルですけども、まあ、先ほどのスケッチにもあったようにセレブヘッドの蒸留機になります。
These are both still at the Yochi Distillery. So as we mentioned in the first slide, it is with a straight head like headband.
で加熱方式は石炭直火蒸留ということになります。
So we are doing the coal fire distillation here.
このように温度は1000度以上に達するという状況になっております。
So heat temperature is quite high.
はい、続きまして第2の蒸留ですね。これは宮城県にあります宮城京蒸留所になります。
So this is our second distillery, Miyagi-kyo, located in Miyagi Prefecture in Sendai. It was built in 1969.
はい、今ありますね。建てたのはですね、余市から35年経った1969年になりまして、宮城県の、山の中にありまして、平均気温10度ぐらいということで、ここでは現在はモルトウイスキーとグレーンウイスキーを作っています。
So Miyagi was built in 1969 after 35 years from the Yochi distillery. So average annual temperature here also low, 10 degrees Celsius. And we are making malt whiskey, grain whiskey, as well as gin and vodka here.
で、この写真のように、山の中にありまして、非常に緑に囲まれた自然豊かな環境であります。
So this is located in the Lashon Mountain. It's very green and it's very beautiful.
で、この蒸留所もですね、広瀬川と日川と2つの清流に囲まれまして、こちらもやはり、湿潤な環境になっています。
So it is located at the junction of the two rivers, Hirose River and the Nikawa River. Nikawa River is a water source. So when the two rivers mix different water temperature meet, it makes a very foggy, misty climate. So that it's also good for whiskey, particularly for maceration.
こちらが宮城京のホットシルとしてバルジ型のホットシルとなります。
These are Miyagi of these hot stills with much larger and with different shape with bottle.
はい、このようにですね、2つの異なる蒸留所で違うタイプの蒸留原酒を作っているんですけれども、それ以外にもですね、いろんなウイスキー製造工程のいろんな工程でいろんなチャレンジをしながらですね、ビートのレベルを変えたり、酵母を変えてみたり、発酵条件を変えたり、樽を変えてみたりということで、いろんなタイプ、多様なウイスキー原酒を作っております。
So as we explained, we are making the malt whiskey at two different distilleries, Yoichi and Nenkyo. So we have a lot of diversity factors such as the different peak level, yeast culture, and fermentation period, different distillation method, cask types, etc. And such continuous experience in every making process results in a wide variety of whiskies in-house.
で、先ほども言いましたけど、このように蒸留機の形を変えて違うタイプの原酒を作ったり。
This is one of the key diversifying factor, the different distillation. So you can see the Yoichi and pot still and Meikyo pot still are totally different from each other in terms of the shape and the heating method, and also the condenser type.
そしてこのようにヨイチと宮城環境も変わりますので、やはりその影響を受けて違うタイプの品種になっています。
So another diversity factor is the environmental condition for maturation. While Yoichi is near the coast, and Miyakyo is located in the mountain.
でさらには樽もですね、こういったサイズの違いだけではなく、旧樽だったり、新樽だったり、リメイド、リチャード、いろんなタイプの樽を使い分けております。
So variety of cask is also another key to widen the variety of the whiskey. So these are just four examples of our cask we typically use. But in addition to them, we are allowed for different casks.
はい、では次3番目の要素になりますけれども、カフェスチルによるグレーンウイスキーの製造についてご説明させてください。
So back to the four essential factors for Masataka's ideal whiskey. So let's talk about the third point, grain whiskey, distilled in a coffee still.
これがカフェグレーンになりますけれども、先ほども言いましたように、マサタカはスコットランドで、ウイスキー作り学びましたけれども、カフェスチルによるグレーンウイスキーの製造についてもカルダー社で学んできました。で、そこで学んだことを生かしてですね、1963年、あれですね、ここでなぜカフェスチルかというと、カフェスチルっていうのは非常に旧式なためですね、最新式に比べると、非常に常備効率が悪いんですけれども、その分ですね、原料の香味とかが非常に残りやすくてですね、ウイスキーにその個性が反映されるということで、美味しいブレンデッドウイスキーを作るにはそれが重要だというふうにマサタカは考えました。
So as we mentioned, Masataka learned how to make whiskey in Scotland, and he learned how to distill grain whiskey in a coffee still in James Cowden in Inverness. And coffee still, in general speaking, is not efficient to obtain alcohol and very difficult to obtain. However, it retains more flavors from ingredients. So Masataka valued this savory distillate coming through with rich texture. Then he saw it was critical to have a coffee still in the future for better blending.
そして、1963年にですね、当時西宮工場というのが兵庫県にありまして、そこに、最初のカフェスチルを入れます。これはグラスコンのブレア社から、購入しておりまして、非常にいい品質のものができましたので、すぐその後1966年にも、2号機を導入しています。
So after Masataka established his own company, he installed his own coffee still to make savory whiskey. The fact that he, by himself, visited the Glasgow manufacturer and selected a particular type of coffee still and imported the first still from Scotland in 1963, followed by the second one in 1966. They are both made by the Blair Limited Company in Glasgow.
で1963年に導入していますので、昨年に60年ということで、60年以上の実績があるというものであるんですけれども、やはり旧式な常備機でありますため、非常に操作が難しく、目的とする品質のグレーンウイスキーを作るにはかなり精密なコントロールが必要だったということになりまして、この常備機はですね、1999年に西宮から三重京蒸留所の方に移設されております。
So Nika has almost 6 years of experience to operate coffee stills. So that they require the precise control to obtain liquid distillate. So now they are situated at the Meikyo, despite the original place installed was the Nishinomiya near Osaka.
はい、これがそのカフェスチルで作ったカフェグレーンとカフェモルトの商品となります。
So these are the finished products using the coffee distillate, coffee grain, coffee malt. They are very popular, especially in foreign markets among bartenders.
はい、では最後にですね、最後の要素でありますブレンディングスキルということについてご説明させてください。
So last essential factor for Masataka's ideal whiskey is blending.
で、私たち日課のブレンダーにですね、求められていることっていうのはですね、その正隆のブレンド技術を、受け継いで、その伝統を、後世に残すと、受け継いでいるということと、それを、使ってですね、新たなイノベーションをリードするということが、我々、日課のブレンダーに求められていることがあります。
So Nika blenders are people who succeed the tradition indicated our founder Masataka Taketsuru, and also they lead innovation.
で、ブレンダーの役割としてはですね、ここに書いてありますし、たまにはその原料だとか樽を、購入する場合にその品質を見極めるために、世界各地の現地に行って、チェックするということです。この写真はですね、スペインでスピリタルの中を匂いを聞いてですね、その品質のチェックをしているという写真になります。
So there are different blenders laws. The first one is select ingredients and tasks. They sometimes travel around the world to visit suppliers. So the picture on the top is the young blender selecting tasks in Spain, noting from the ship.
そしてブレンディングの面におけますと、やはり今のお客様に喜んでもらえるような新しい商品を開発するということと、さらには過去の先輩方が残してくれた既存の商品の品質を維持するということがかなり大きな役割の一つになります。そしてさらには将来のブレンダーが困らないようにですね、今のうちにいろんなタイプの原酒を作り分けるというための、ネタ作り、型の上とか、そういったものを仕込んでいくということもブレンダーの役割の一つとなっています。
So blending is the main role for blenders, of course. But there are two types of blending. The first one is to develop new products, and the second one is to maintain, even improve the existing products. And also, the blenders are people who design the future. So we think we are thinking we can drink today is distilled in the past. That means our blenders and our platform have to distill the whiskey for the future. So we need to anticipate the future trend and future market growth. Then we need to be ready for the better future for our customers.
で、今日はたくさんブレンダーの方いらっしゃるので、ちょっと言わずもがなかもしれませんけれども、ブレンダーが、商品のレシピを決めるときには、いろんなタイプの元となるグレーの在庫のストックがありますけれども、それをまずは頭の中でイメージしてですね、コンセプトに合った原酒を作るには、商品を作るには、これとこれとこれを混ぜたらいいんじゃないかなということを、まずは頭の中で描くようなことを作業して、その中で選んだものを実際にサンプルを取りして、そこでサブブレンドをしていく。そういった作業を何度も繰り返すことによって、一つの最終的な商品を作り上げるということになります。
So this is our blenders approach. Today we have a lot more blenders, so we don't know how they are doing, maybe quite similar. So when we develop a new product, our blenders first picture an ideal test profile in their mind, and also choose different whiskey from our personal design. Then after selecting the appropriate batches and sub blends, they repeat blending to achieve the aim taste profile. This is how the one product is made.
このようにいろんなタイプの原酒を作り分けるということによって、新たな新しい商品の可能性を広げるというところが我々でない役目なんですけれども、この辺がやはり日本のウイスキーの特徴でもあるかなということで、本当季節してですけども、福井さんと全く打ち合わせはないんですけれども、やはり日本のウイスキーの特徴っていうのは、いろんな原酒の多様な原酒を作り分けて、一つの会社の中でそういうのを作り分けていくということが大きな特徴の一つかなというふうに思います。
So as we explained, we are making a lot of diversified whiskey through experiments. So we did not talk with Fukuyo-san before this break at all, but what he said was quite similar to what we wanted to say. But it is for a Japanese way.
で、このように我々ブレンダーがですね、このさらなる革新に向かっていくように駆り立ててくれるという、いろんな要素があるんですけれども、それをいくつか紹介させていただきます。
So from now, he will explain what drives him to innovate further. But from our market side, we are also forced to involve in the project, so we work together. So there are a lot of reasons we have to pursue our innovation.
で、その要因の中には割とネガティブな要因があったりとして、いろんな制約があります。その中には例えば先ほどそれこそ福田さんも言ってらっしゃいましたけれども、スコットランドのように我々日本では原子交換をするという習慣がありませんので、やはり自分の会社の中で自社でいろんなタイプの原子を作っていかなきゃいけないという。そして、酒税法なりいろんな法律なり規制が変化する。で、さらにはこれも記録がありましたように、日本のウイスキーっていうのは本当に25年くらい厳しい状況が続きました。でその後復活していくというだけ、厳しい時には本当在庫が過多でもどうしようもない、もうほとんどウイスキー原酒を作れないような状況もありましたし、でその後、人気が出てきますと、今度は原酒が不足するというような厳しい、大変な状況がある、そういった中でも在庫をやりくりしていくというような、ことが必要になっています。
So it may sound a little bit negative, but various constraints, there are a lot of various constraints to overcome. And those constraints drive us to innovation. So as Fukuyo-san mentioned, in Japanese industry, there is no habit to exchange casks between distilleries. That means we have to make different types of whiskey in-house. And secondly, there are a lot of regulation changes, such as liquor tax law and category changes that force us to cope with. And in Japanese industry, so we have repeated overstock and understock situation, the backups. So it is very difficult to keep up with the demand and also control the balance. So it is a huge thing.
はい、そして次に、割とね、ポジティブな要因なんですけれども、いろんな組織の再編などによりまして、新しい蒸留所が我々日韓のグループに加わったりすることもあります。
So next thing is bit more positive. So sometimes we acquire some new assets or even new distillery join our company. So that is a great opportunity to have a new idea and to try a new experience.
で、何よりもウイスキーファンの皆さん、日韓ファンの皆様の期待に応えるというところが大きい要因にもなります。
And we know that there is a huge expectation from the enthusiastic Nika fans. So we are a little under the pressure. So.
で、これが例えば新しい仲間の加わったということですけれども、これ日韓ウイスキーの蒸留所なり工場なんですけども、白いのが、原酒を作っている工場になりまして、余市ディストリーと宮城ディストリーですけれども、ここにあります九州アイランドにあります門司蒸留所とか、薩摩司蒸留村という新しい蒸留所が日韓に加わりました。
So these are distillery and the plants in Japan. So white ones are distillery making whiskey. So in addition to the Yoichi and Niekyo, we are now making a whiskey at Modi Distillery, Satsuma Distillery in Kyushu Island. Both distilleries were originally for shochu making.
はい、この2つの蒸留所が2002年に加わったんですけれども、今ありましたように、もともとは、日本の焼酎を作っているところで、文字は主に大麦焼酎、薩摩司は主に芋焼酎を作っていたところなんですけれども、このステンレス製のポットスチールで、グレーンウイスキーを作り出しております。これらの原酒を使った、商品をですね、今日の夜のテイスティングイベントの時に皆さんにご紹介しておりますので、お楽しみください。
So Modi Distillery and Satsuma Distillery was acquired by Nikka's parent company Asahi Brewery in 2002. So at that time, the shochu boom was happening. So beer company tried to expand their portfolio by acquiring the shochu distillery. Then later, those two distilleries were merged with Fuka. Now they are under the company Nikka. So they are shochu distillery, but we started the grain whiskey production using the shochu pot stills. So that is the combination of expertise of whiskey and shochu techniques, and also different environment. So this is the first time to make whiskey in the south, because we wish to stick to north.
でさらに1989年にはスコットランドのベネツ蒸留所が年間のグループに入っております。
In 1989, Bennett's Distillery in Scotland joined Bennett's. So now we are working together. And now we have one guy transferred to the village. So now the managing director is from Nika, Japanese. And also one person from Yoichi was recently transferred to village. So now two persons from Nika are working with Scottish.
はい、ちょっと話が長くなってすみません。で、こういったいろんな原酒を作ることによって、それこそさっきのウイスキーが非常に厳しい時代にですね、いろんな新しい面白い商品を発売しております。一番上がフロムザバレル。これは毎日後に最小限の加水をして 51.4 度という高アルコールで出した商品。そして2つ目がオールモルト。これはホットスチルのモルトとカフェスチルのモルトをブレンドしたもの。で3つ目、これは 100% ノンピートバッグで作った飲みやすさを追求したリーズナブルなブラックニッカクリア。でさらには2001年には余市シングルカスクの10年というのが、余市の原酒を死んだに調度したものがですね、10年のシングルカスがベストオブザベストを取ったというものであります。
So we are running out of time, so let's go quickly. Like that, we are creating various tastes, like Sundabar or old mode, that can be clear, with single cast. Please switch to those explanations.
で、これ最近はですね、今年の90周年に向けて、ニカディスカバリーシリーズというのを出しておりまして、原料の多様性、酵母の多様性、そしてグレーンスキーの多様性ということで、こういった限定品を発売しております。
Also, we released a limited edition, so they are recent expressions, which is called Nika Discovery. So we try to, we focus on the diversity of ingredients, variety of yeast, and the diversity of grains. Tonight, you can try them with the Nika grain, other tasting goods.
で、以上のようにですね、我々いろんな多様な原酒を作る、原酒作りにチャレンジしてきているんですけれども、これらのお酒作りはすべて日本の酒税法という法律の中で、規制の中で作っています。なので、オーソドックスな作り方だけではなく、いろんな法律には違反しないようにいろんな作り方をチャレンジしてきているということがあります。そして2021年にジャパニーズウイスキーの表示の規定というものが、制定されまして、やっとジャパニーズウイスキーの、基準というか定義も明確になったということがあります。ただし我々はですね、そういったこれジャパニーズウイスキーと酒税法上のウイスキーになりますけれども、このジャパニーズウイスキーが非常に品質がよくいいもので、ジャパニーズウイスキーと表示されないものはちょっと低いものだよというふうな考え方はしておりませんので、ジャパニーズウイスキーはジャパニーズウイスキーなりにいいものを作りますし、ジャパニーズウイスキーと表示されないものにもですね、非常に飲みやすくて美味しいものをリーズナブルにお客様に提供していきたいということもありまして、今、昨年で、日本の月100周年ということになりますけれども、この100年を支えてくれたっていうのは、こういった美味しくて安くてリーズナブルで美味しいウイスキーを飲んでくれたお客様、そしてこれらのウイスキーがそこを支えてきてくれたということは間違いないと思いますので、思います。ちょっとこの図がなんとなく作ってたら、なんとなく目玉焼きみたいな姿ですけども、黄身も美味しいし、白身も美味しいということで、ジャパニーズもジャパニーズじゃなくても美味しいよということが言いたかっただけの話です。
You talk too much, so as you know, the old whiskey we are making is regulated by the liquor tax law. This is the basic. And in addition to that, the new regulation regulated by JASRA started. So we think that both are the good. We proud of both of the products. Even some products are cheaper and not classified as Japanese whiskey according to Tesla. Because the Japanese whiskey industry exists for more than 100 years. This industry is supported by people, especially in Japan, who really love this kind of product, and who really enjoy the whiskey at reasonable price for every occasion. So this chart looks like a sunny side up. Of course, the egg yolk is tasty good, but the egg white is. But this is what we see the whiskey world.
このように我々がいろんなウイスキーを作ってきたのをですね、やはり、方々が最初に言っておりました、一人でも多くの人に美味しいウイスキーを飲んでもらいたいという気持ちを我々は一つでやっているということにつきます。
So because we think that because we following Masataka's ambition to try to offer whiskey to as many as possible.
でウイスキー作りはですね、本当トリックはないので、我々地道に、そして真摯に、ウイスキー作りを、取り組んでいきたいと思いますし、これからもそういった気持ちで美味しいウイスキーを作っていきたいというふうに思っております。
So there is no trick in whiskey making. We have to make a steady and sincere efforts. But he said there is no trick, but we have some kind of trick.
Thank you very much.
Didn't expect that. Thank you very much. Back to Hogwarts with you. And now representing Hufflepuff. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now we have Judith Tanaka.
Yeah, I think before I talk, maybe it's time to stretch. Stand up, stretch. Stand up. Breathe. Open the door. Somebody misunderstood that it's not a coffee break, just a short break. So it's time is running. Let me get started. My name is Jota Tanaka. I'm Master Blender of Fukuoka Distillery. We are celebrating 50-year anniversary last year. I'm a second Master Blender in 50-year history, but I'm not bragging about myself. Just I want to introduce what we do and who we are, so that encourage. I hope you inspire you and encourage and draw more discussion. That's why I'm here today. Mount Fuji, symbol of Japan, icon in Japanese culture and art, like even. This is where we are. To the mountain peak, less than 12 kilometers. This is where we are. Oh, that's two. From now, last 50 years, we have a lot of up and down, like Hiromi and Shinji Tojo, looking back at history. We're talking about not only what we've done, but what we're heading. So those are the points I want to talk about. But now, we believe our product are different from Mount Fuji because of our Mother Nature Mount Fuji. Try to create that a whiskey maximize the blessings of Mother Nature. That's what we're trying to do. Reason why we built the distillery at the Mount Fuji is because of abundant high quality water, snowy water on Mount Fuji. Although to the peak, less than 12 kilometers, to reach the bottom of our distillery, we have a aquifer run through 100 meters under the ground. To reach that point, it takes 50 years. This scientifically find out. You know, that's not just 50 years. I mean, it doesn't mean anything. But we believe that for that long, water is polished, filtered through the Mount Fuji. That's we use for our whole process. You can drink right out of the well. This is a new product we try to develop. Tonight, we're offering 3 expressions of Fuji. This is single grain, and we have single malt and single blend. I'll touch on that a little later. But this is the kind of image, brand image, what we want to build. Our distillery, again, 50-year anniversary. First distillation was 1973. Lots of things going on. Because a little bit about history, how we conform. Our distillery, when Green Brewery back then was looking for business, diversified business, looking for some authority for whiskey makers to make a whiskey distillery in Japan. We made a distillery founded as a joint venture between Seagram, J. Seagram Sons, incorporated in New York with the Sivas Brothers and House of Seagram. That's because of that, we are, from the beginning, we are making not only malt whiskey, but 3 different grain whiskey on site, from mashing all the way through distilling, aging, blending, forward. In a single distillery. That's our uniqueness. Because of our parent company history, we're not only making, well, Scottish, that's not country, but Scottish white, Scottish malt, Scottish grain whiskey, as well as Canadian grain whiskey, which is batch distillation with bourbon styles that we make on site. We're making exactly the same way as the bourbon made in Kentucky. As a matter of fact, kettle still and doubler, doubler especially, that's kind of an industrial standard for making the bourbon. But doubler and also kettle was developed by the Seagram group. Generous to the Seagram, let other bourbon industry use that technology. So those are the background from the beginning, when we established the company, Sivas Group and Sigma, let us learn everything. You can learn everything from us. Let's make it a great quality of whiskey. That's how we start. So we don't need to steal the know-how from Scotland. I mean, that's how we started. Then when we before we started whiskey, I was of course not there, but my predecessors talking about what we need to make. So they wanted to set the standard, what we can make, what we should make. So we come up with clean and ester. That's what we wanted to make. When people thinking about what we need to do, of course, we want to make the whiskey please Japanese palate and suit to food culture and Japanese climate. But thinking about what would be the good for the whiskey, talking with a bunch of people in the US, in Canada, in Scotland, people talking about quality. Then we come up, that means the whiskey taste appeal to people should have clean, which is purity in flavor, and fruity floral. Ester is kind of chemical jargon, but you guys in the industry, you know about. That's what we set as a standard or as a house style. Then, thinking about 50 years ago, we never thought about Japanese whiskey. We just wanted to make the whiskey suit or appeal to the Japanese people, which is tasty and affordable, approachable. That's one thing. In order to make that, because of our company, we source out highest quality of whiskey from all over the world, in mainly Canada, US, Scotland. Import, of course, not only making ourselves, but also sourcing out those whiskeys, then blend together to offer to people in Japan. We never thought about the global market. We just wanted to make and please people living in Japan. So no matter where and how we make it, we just keep making great whiskey. Taste, that's the only criteria. We've been doing for decades. That's we said in the past. First, whiskey appeal to Japanese taste, and what we need to do is, of course, from the beginning, we wanted to make our own unique whiskey as well. That's what we've been striving. And relentless pursuit of quality, like other people mentioned, we always looking for room for improvement. Not challenging first, follow or the fundamental, learn fundamentals, and follow the traditional way, so that what we can do better than what we can challenge something. Then we change where we see a lot of stuff happening, like 2000. We feel like we discovered by global market. We never thought about, but Suntory, Nikka, received awards, Ichiro's, and others. Wow, that's a big market. And we started to look back ourselves, what we can do, what we should do, what we can change or challenge. That's what we've been doing, and embracing new challenges. Of course, first, follow the fundamentals, but challenge something to improve. That's what we do. And what we try to do, this is the key. Whiskey, we want to inspire you and bring joy to your life. That is the key, our vision of that. So in order to achieve that, what we keep challenging a lot of elements from the, of course, we're working on the local grain source, like a Gotemba bread adjacent to distillery. Growers start to grow products. Those are the stuff, but fermentation, one more way to work on the fermentation. There are, of course, distillation, aging, those are stuff we still work. Then, just the reason why, the reason why we said, oh, whiskey, we were discovered, we start to look about global market, we realize we define ourselves. That's one reason that this is, I'm not trying to explain about the definition of Japan whiskey. This is not law, but more gruntly regulations which Chiro-san and Hiromi and we ourselves set ourselves to draw the line. This is not this. We believe this is still lots of room for innovation, but we need to draw the fine line, separate from totally different spirit, from authentic, and depending upon whom you talk about, authentic and the relatives. But we believe there's fine lines we draw within the authentic or within the definition. We still have a lot more way to do it to make high quality of Japanese whiskeys. So because of that, I mean, this is not, I'm not bragging about myself, but what we could do, and what is the uniqueness of us? Oh, we are the only distillery making one whiskey, 3 global style of grain whiskey. We can blend together, made whiskeys only by one single distillery. That's why the Whiskey magazine recognized us pioneer of a single blend. The single blend means blend of whiskey ourselves. Not only simply in one distillery, but one group, one location. Our distillery making everything at one site. That's what we do. Well, this is what we do for things. Of course, today Shinji and Hiromi, we all talking about variety of whiskey, diversify. That's the key. What makes our Japanese whiskey unique? Of course, not everybody. Listening to this morning session, majority of people are looking for more whiskey. So, whiskey world, more superior. But we believe there are a lot more whiskeys available and more chance to make great, distinctive whiskey. Not only more whiskey, but others. Still, we can do a lot more. So that's why thinking about to make great whiskey. Of course, still we're making global blends using the imported bark for the Japanese certain market. But what we focus on is more looking the global market, being the Japanese, trying to create unique, distinctive, characteristic whiskey, diversifying, working each element. that we try to do. That is the more focus. And also, what makes unique is single blended. Single, what we can do, thinking about. Still, of course, we now, majority of cereals, barleys, more, we import. That's because of the limited land and the pricing. We, majority profit we import. But we say make everything one side, which we call it kind of full control and terroir. Terroir means a lot of it contains a lot of nuances. It means, in our opinions, our whiskey nurtured a different Mount Fuji using every water source is from Mount Fuji snow melt. That element, that environment, slow aging, developed natural, beautiful flavor, developed during slow aging. So because of that, our whiskey is full terroir under control. Monitored, nurtured, taken care of by same people and same policies. That's all we focus. That's we believe that's our uniqueness and distinctive art. I'm not talking about we're the super better than others. Just this is our uniqueness and this is our identity. Then I'm here for draw the more discussion and the questions. That's what I'm here for. I was honored to be invited at the first World Whisky Forum with Ichiro's and Yumi's. There's smaller, more fewer countries, but now, wow, 16 countries with Yorkshire, 17. But anyhow, a lot more attention. I really enjoyed to, meeting with all same people in the industry with passion. So this is the start moment. Let's discuss. So that's, I think, yeah, that's the end.
Thank you very much. No stretching, okay? Our final speaker before we do then get into what will be a great discussion, Ichiro.
Thank you very much. I'm Ichiro. Hello everyone. And let me introduce Yumi Yoshikawa over there. Stand up, please. First of all, my English is not very good. So, Yumi will translate my English into better English. Okay? Okay. Our role in the industry as one of the new distilleries. Among four distilleries, four companies, we are the youngest. We will be 20th anniversary this year. Perhaps distillery, but getting old. And let me introduce myself. I'm a founder and master blender of venture whiskey or Chichibu Distillery. Our family business dates back to 1965 as a sake brewer. And 1988, graduated from Tokyo University of Agriculture, joining in Suntory. And in 1994, back to my father's company, and I joined making sake and making whiskey and sales department. but due to bad economy, and my father had to sell our company in 2004. And there were nearly 400 casks as a volume. New owner was not interested in whiskey, but some of them were approaching 20 years old, like my children approaching 20 years old. Can you discover such a precious children? No. I knew. And I thought at that time whiskey was not sold very well, and price is needed because whiskey needs maturation. So you wanna give the right decision, but I couldn't stand it. So I decided to set up a new company, Venture Whisky, 20 years ago. Then I decided to sell my father's whiskey called Ichiro's Malt. But whiskey business is now selling someone made in the past. And so we have to make new spirits for the future. So I thought I should set up a new distillery. Then I thought I should learn how to make whiskey again. Of course, you can learn from the book, or you can visit distillery tour. But you can see only just tour like that. But you should know how to clean the mash tun, pot stills, or wash bags. So actually, this is Karizawa area. In 2006, I asked to executive of Merchant at that time to let me learn how to make whiskey. And he said, if someone purchased Karizawa spirits, they could make whiskey again. So, of course, I said, I purchased, please make Karizawa whiskey at that time. This is Karizawa working at the time, and officially it is announced 2000 is the final vintage, but actually 2006 is the real last vintage of Karizawa, and it is matured in our warehouse. And again, in 2007, I thought I should learn more about making whiskey in Scotland, because I really love whiskey. And all bars in Tokyo, more than 90% were Scotch whiskey. So I really love Scotch whiskey. So I wanted to learn how to make whiskey. Then Then I asked someone to introduce me to Benliak Distillery. Benliak is now owned by Brown-Forman, but at that time it was independent, owned by Billy Walker. So I asked him to learn how to make whiskey, and the production I will buy. So he said, okay. So I learned, as I said, how to make cream. Yeah, and it's a very, very good memory for me. Then our chief is the place is the credit is similar here. Chichibu is a basin, kind of basin, geographically speaking. And maybe approximately 80 kilometers away from Tokyo. And this currently is the temperature difference is big. So, it's good for whiskey maturation, I believe. And we have two distilleries so far. The first distillery is very small, 400 kg of malt a batch. And it is in 2008 started. And 11 years later, we built a second distillery in 2019. And we also are making malting on site, very small scale, only 750 kilograms a batch. And we also have a cooperage. We making barrel casks from mainly mid-Nara, Japanese oak. And our philosophy to make whiskey is back to tradition. It sounds different from innovation, but I think back to the past basic tradition is big innovation, I think. What was different in the past? Maybe variety of barley different, yeast different, lactic acid bacteria different, way of malting, direct firing distillation. Everyone did that, and material of food bags, maybe climate, etc. But we think one of the most different way of making whiskey is malting. Yeah. But today, Steve will help me. Probably he assisted me to explain in English. Yes. So, as I said, tradition to innovation. From looking at an example, we have experience of malting by ourselves for since 2008. This is a flour malting done at crisp malting. Correct. Professional malting place. And This is our experience about malting. We visited in 2007 Great Library. Yeah. Then we saw a huge malting machine, and I was surprised to see flour malting on site. I didn't know that, so I was so surprised. Then I asked again, if please let me do that, I will buy all malting. So they said, okay. Then from 2008 to 2019, 12 years every year we visit the place and taking photos as a memory. No, actually we do malting. Unfortunately, since 2020, due to COVID, we couldn't visit, and now fixing the place. So maybe I would like to visit this year.
We'll get on with it. We'll fix it quickly.
Yeah, this is we are doing more things on site. But, I'd like you to see how we are doing. This is eating and like that. She's very experienced. Forward. And tanning. In the past, tanning is done by salt, right? Yes. So it causes disease called monkey shoulder.
Yes, yeah.
It is very, it looks easy, but actually it's harder. So it is replaced by tanning machine, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Very good.
Thank you. Tanning is very different. Sometimes cable cut. Actually, it happened. Consolated. Everyone does that. Don't worry. Right. They are so kind. And analyze, especially object content. And leveling, this. Probably leveling only use scopes nowadays. And rating. This is very hard job. But legs will very tired. Very heavy on your foot. And then because always she does the hard job. I did the same. Unfortunately, no video. Then germination looks okay. It goes to the kiln. Right. also different. Yeah, but this is power shovel moved by motor. So much easier than before.
Yes.
If this process by hand is a very hard job. Then spread in the tube. If we use spreader to spread the malt in the this is sometimes very loose. How can I say? Get together. Yeah. Sometimes like a sponge, it comes out. Then now we learn a lot at CRISP. We have a small scale of flour coating press on site, like this. Then I think, and of course, Steve already know the big differences between machine made and flour coating. For example, flour coating surface is called chipping. Just a small root coming out, but just below the surface, the root, grows, and in the bottom, very grow. Like that. So this never happened in the big vessel machine.
Mechanical turn.
Yeah, turn and for the ventilation.
Yes.
Occurs in the big vessel. This is flour molting. Room temperature keeps approximately 60 degrees Celsius. Then this the cool air going down. Then surface temperature is 16 degrees Celsius, so grows slow. But in the bottom, the germination heat occurs, so it necessitates the germination. Correct?
Great. That's why you start with it deep to generate some heat.
Yeah.
And then as the germination continues, you make it thinner, so you don't get the same temperature difference.
You should do this fucking.
So, on the other hand, this is a salad box, bigger scale. You cannot turn by hand.
No.
And this is a machine made, very big vessel. And this big system is air coming through from the bottom to top, like this. This makes germination relatively constant. Then time of looking shorter under constant and quicker germination. So it is a much sophisticated way. But I think the taste is maybe different. Just my taste. Because I love whiskey in 1950 or 60s. The taste, sometimes old bottle. I don't like old flavor, but apart from that, all that age of whiskey was so nice, so beautiful. I think. So, what is the difference between now and the past? Maybe 50s, maybe from most of all distilleries was doing promote on site. So maybe that's I don't want to say which is good or not. Different. Different. Yes. Then this is one of the way we stick to the tradition. At least we should know about tradition. Then in Japan, very nice expression called shuhari. Protect, break, leave. So it is known that when we learn or train in something, we pass through the stages of shoot, have, leave. These stages are explained as follows. Shoot or protect. We repeated the forms and discipline ourselves so that our bodies absorb the forms that our forebears created. We remain faithful to these forms with no deviation. So we have to learn from the past and our senior people or ancestors. Next, in the stage of half or break. Once we have disciplined ourselves to acquire the form and movement, we make innovation. In this process, the forms may be broken and discarded. This is innovation. Finally, in deep or leave, we completely depart from the form, open the door to create the technique, and arrive in the place where we act in accordance with what our heart or mind desires, unhindered while not overstepping laws. So this is very I like this expression way of doing craftsmanship or martial arts or anything you need skill. Then one of I think Japanese whiskey is shuhari, is maybe this is only Japanese whiskey started to use Mizunara by Suntory. I was so moved when I drank this 40 years old Yamazaki matured in Mizunara cask more than 20 years ago. No, almost 20 years ago, when I set up my company. It was so beautiful, so nice whiskey, and also very character. If I made this kind of whiskey, I would be satisfied with my life. So that's why I am so obsessed with Mizunara, Japanese oak. So every year we purchase Mizunara logs in Hokkaido. Then we make Mizunara cask at our cooperage. So this is our craftsmanship following what they did in the past. Thank you very much.
Wonderful.
Oh,
good. So you finished?
Finished.
Yeah, good. Good, because it's great.
We'll just shift the chairs up and we'll get cracking on our Q&A session. There are so many different, but when you get into Japanese whiskey, you've got to embrace kind of various philosophical concepts. I've heard of Kaizen, I've heard of Mozokuri, but Shuhari is a new one to me, so that's really good. And I was wanting to ask you, at the moment, are we in a kind of, are we shu, are we hard, or are we ri in terms of Japanese whiskey?
Japanese whiskey, probably as a whole, the senior companies, all companies are maybe maybe Scotch whiskey was very popular, and they created a market, whiskey market in the world. Then we Japanese whiskey companies are following their way and trying because we were relatively new compared to Scotch whiskey, so we try to learn as much as possible from them, and probably experiment. We did experiment a lot. Then now we got a meditation, including micellar cask. It was kind of maybe just they used wood nearby, very soft in Japan. But as a result, the taste was very nice. So this is different from Scotch whiskey. So this is very something new.
Joe, we're looking on here. Where are we? Shuha or Ri? Totally. And where are you? Where is
Well, let me mention first about Shuhari in general. The Shuhari, the concept is very popular and well known for years and a long time in Japanese when it comes to martial arts or culture or everything, craftsmanship. Then speaking of us, maybe we're the, like Ichiro mentioned, half is the stage where we say kind of leave, breaking with tradition. That's the stage. B, kind of transcendence. It's totally going to the next stage. But important thing is they follow the step. First, protect, learn fundamentals, then lead, break with tradition, then transcend. You cannot go straight to transcend under the name of innovation. There's some people are wrongdoing. I'm sorry to say, lack of better terms, but first, those are the steps. That's one I want to mention.
And then so therefore it takes time. You cannot just, I'm thinking about new distillers, and what you're saying is that you establish your traditions?
First,
before
you
then
need to learn the basic stuff. Follow the step, right things. Then you see the challenge, opportunities. As long as you follow the fundamentals, doing good stuff, making good quality whiskey, then you see the opportunity. That's the point where you can have breaking with tradition. That's the moment. It's still there.
Picking up on that, Shuki, I mean, what Joseph was saying earlier, maintain and improve is a key factor. It seems to be fundamental to the philosophy behind Japanese whiskey, that you're always moving forward, that you're never satisfied in some ways.
So as I told you before, so we have very tough time. So at that time, so we have done everything, like a new product, new communication, and new campaign, but all of them didn't work. But as a production department, we continue our effort to improve quality. Quality can change at some kind of trend. I did. So as Deva say at the moment, so always, not only the whiskey, always we are looking for some point can be improved. Not only just even in the R&D department, but also game and the field, in the field, operator machine and fermentation, distillation in warehouses, cask making. So all operators are thinking about where is the potential to improve such kind of behavior, growing with whiskey behavior.
Does that mean that you have to be continually be bold and not be scared to make mistakes? Or are you cautious of something?
Right, but from Shuhai point of view, so Scottish whiskey has a very long history, and not only that now they have a long history, we can see that such kind of development effort, and also fortunately, whiskey can be drank even 40 years ago. So then Ichiro-san challenged that promoting and cask making, still there are so many rules to be found if we can try to find something.
And in terms of Nika, then, I mean, where does it fit in with your overall philosophy moving forward in terms of new, not even innovation, but just in thinking?
I think in terms of Nika, as you have it, so all exist in our company. So we are still sticking to the tradition, especially at DOT. But at the same time, we are doing a lot of experience, especially in new short distillery, and in terms of the blending. So they are doing a lot of different blending using different tests. I think the rotating the Shuhari is the key to drive to grow, to improve product.
And also, I mean, I was thinking back to one of your slides there, Jota, and where you were showing the forward momentum, forward movement. Why did it happen now? Why was it important now to make the change in terms of your approach? And I'll put this to all of you, but if you could answer that.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for asking that. Well, a lot of our thought process in history. First, I was not there because, but first 20, 30 years, making whatever the signal group told us to do so. Oh, this is not the right way, this way, that way, but didn't work sometimes. And also, we see they're looking for more, a lot of people's demand or expectation. Thinking about it, being the whiskey lovers, we realize what we were making, and we see opportunity. What we can do to, what we can change, so that what kind of flavor we create. So I would say, to be honest, last 10 years, we tried a lot of stuff. Took 10 years. Tonight we're offering the single malt as well, and non-aged stem, but I'm so happy about that quality. We couldn't develop that flavor fully, but I believe, I'm not bragging about ourselves, but I'm happy right now. It took 10 years or more to reach the moment. We've been doing the same way last 40, 50 years, but doing something, adding to it so that we reach to some point. Still we are not satisfied here. Still we see the more room to challenges, but that's why first we were trying to make to please people, but we didn't do. We just follow tradition or rules. So the last 10 years or 15 years, breaking with tradition, doing something different. Not the different. On top of what we're doing, what we can add to go to the next level. That's what.
And Shiro, that was a fundamental part of your presentation, that the way you're moving forward is by looking to the past. Could you maybe expand? You were talking a lot about malting, but there's other aspects in there, direct fire, for example, with you as opposed to the others. But old techniques that are now seen as new.
Maybe briefly back to tradition, because the past whiskey I really love. So probably the shortest way is to do again when the product was produced. So I always thinking of back to tradition. For example, Day2 fire kitchen, every distillery did, and promoting every distillery did. So finally, I really love whiskey. When I set up a new company, Venture Whisky, I visited more than 2,000 barrels in 2 years, and I drank 6,000 drums at barrels in 2 years. I really love it. So this is motivated by. I am motivated by this experience. So I just really want to make good whiskey that I want to drink.
Yeah, that's wonderful. You're nodding vigorously. I'm intrigued at this combination, that moving forward by looking back. And obviously, you will be talking about this, I know, but direct fire and, older techniques.
Yes, and not our policy back to tradition, but as a result, now we are back to the tradition like direct heating, and also actually we terminated promoting in the 1950s, but we restarted Yamazaki, probably adding to different angles from each of them. We also started promoting as an experiment stage and using blue as a list. So always, they are probably not a kind of differentiation, but the fundamental or essence quality will be built up. So usually we are thinking two ways. One is the essence quality, the other is the differentiation some characteristics. So the example of the characteristics, we introduced the cherry cask and immature more than 12 years old Chichago grain and finished cherry cask for about 1 year because the cherry wood gives a very strong flavor. Then, but even 1 year is very strong. I use it as a kind of components into blend, like to the Hibiki Roast Harmony. The bottle is available tonight. That's why I used the tray. So, essence quality and characteristics. So, maybe there are different approaches. Then, In the case of the essence story, Scotch whiskey history information, very, very good hint available.
Again, thinking, because you touched on that combination, that's why I then asked the question. But in terms of the, I was interested in the way you were approaching blending. You were saying the first thing in your mind is what people want to drink. So there's a lot of what is happening now because people's palates have changed. You know, are we now looking at a new consumer?
I think that there are many people with different palate, and we are growing in many countries. So that's why we have to develop very different products to satisfy the people. That's why the blending are struggle to meet the concept which marketing side developed. So we have big arguments sometimes, and also we get together and try taste and sample, character sample, to find that we have achieved a certain quality. So I think the blending, and also the blending is very fundamental skill of whiskey making, but it can develop, and also, but that means we never abandon the tradition. And we think that innovation starts from the tradition. So we still respect the Scots Distillery because we learn from the whiskey blending from Scots Distillery. But we develop our own way to fit the people with different
Thank you. Right, I'm sure there's loads of questions here. I don't want to hog everything. So, yes, over here and then up to Mr. Chilton, then drift back.
Tomo from Kanosuke Distillery, Japan. My question is about the rivals. You are you are the frontier of Japanese whiskey, and you are the aspiration. You are North Star from like a craft whiskey or like a starting whiskey company like us. But as a frontier of Japanese whiskey, who are your rivals? Your benchmarking. Is it other Japanese distillery or distilleries overseas? Where are you aiming for?
Hey, as a leading company, Japanese whiskey, maybe during listening his question, I'm thinking about that probably it's a trend because if we look back to the history, Scotland, Japanese, some days very good, booming, but very difficult time. So now in very, very good time, probably it's changing in the future. So how can this keep this way longer? But even something happened, how we can be survive? That's why my rival is kind of the trend or time in the future. I mean, so circumstances always changing. Can say we have to follow that certain differentiation movement, but I don't want to move. Just I'm worried about.
Okay, then let me make a comment on that. You know, many people like outside of our industry, George, what's your competitor? I hate that word. First, I reply to them, I don't have that word in my dictionary. But anyway, the competition, lots about good competition, friendly competition, that's good. But what we see, like Shinji-san touched on that, greatest risk or enemy will be wrongdoers. Not to compete each other. Let's work together, make how we can make it our whiskey industry better, grow together. That's what we need to discuss. This forum is that what this is for. We're not talking about competition. how we can much better than others. No, let's discuss what we can do together. Then, do you own what? Think ourselves. What makes you distinctively different from others? Not compete. What makes you your whiskey unique? That's you need to focus on. That's what we do.
Thank you. And actually, before we get to that question, it will blow my mind.
Sorry, I'd like to comment. すみません、ちょっとジャパニーズですみませんけれども、さっきから英語が飛び交っているので、あまりついてきてないなと思って困ってるんですけれども、今の質問は、どこがライバルかというような話があったと思うんですけれども、正直、そういうことを昔、日課サントリーさんにさしかいないときは、本当にサントリーさんに追いつけっていう気持ちでやってました。で、目指しているとか、理想としたスコッチのあんなにしが作りたいっていうところを目指しながら本当に頑張りました。で、ごめんなさいね、金さんが追いかけてくるなっていうのを思いながら、そこには負けないぞって思いながらやってきました。
So what I translate is not my view, but there were only a few distilleries. We thought that definitely the Suntory was our rival and the benchmark. And when the killing is, we recognize the king is foreigner, so he didn't want to be big. So it is like all the days.
で、さっき私とか福さんが言ったように、日本のウイスキー会社っていうのは自分のところでいろんなものを作らなきゃいけないっていうことがあったので、やっぱりなんですかね、自分のところでいろんなことを考えなきゃいけないっていうことがあったんで、そうやって頑張っていった。これ日本語で切磋琢磨っていうんですけども、切磋琢磨。やって一緒にお互いに競い合いながら一緒にジャパニーズウイスキーのレベルアップを図っていくっていうのが切磋琢磨で、そういう中なので、ジョータさんが言ったかと思うんですけど、我々はそうやって一緒にレベルアップしていく、まあ、同じ仲間フェローであるということも本当にその通りだと思うので、なので我々もう最近は本当に定期的に技術交流なんかもやってますし、いろいろ情報交換がやっているので、もうライバルであり仲間であるっていうのがですし、でこれ今本当に100を超えるクラフトディストラリーがありますけども、そういったみんなも一緒になってジャパニーズウイスキーのっていうか、ごめんなさい、僕はジャパニーズウイスキーという言い方と日本のウイスキーという言い方を分けてるんですけども、日本のウイスキーを盛り上げていきたいなっていうのが僕の心でございます。すみません。
To summarize, we have been doing a healthy competition and we grow together and made the industry to the next level. So we also called rivals in a meeting, but also we are fellows to make this industry healthier grow. So this is, I think, what he said. So he says, Sesatagma, it is in Japanese word, it is often used for to talk about the rival. But I don't think there's any exact word for the Sesatagma in English. Do you think?
Well, friendly competition and I mean, learn each other, inspire each other anyway. That's what a lot about.
So this is Sesatagma.
Yeah, that's difficult to.
Please remember Sesatagma.
My opinion, we have a benchmark of not company product. I don't want to have a rival or a competitor. Only probably I like this product. I try to make tasty whiskey. So how we can do that to achieve my goal like that? So in a word, maybe ourselves, we are rival to us. So we have to learn and how can I say? Yeah.
Yeah, we might do it.
I'm sorry.
Because it leads into what the questions would be, but that's so much better. Maybe not everybody was aware of what the whiskey, the blended whiskey that you all made last year, launched at Barsham, which I think was a really great example of the kind of collegiate atmosphere that's now around Japanese whiskey. It's all considered. No company ever talked to each other, and now here you are really collaborating. Would you like to explain what that project was about?
What Dave touched on is last year to celebrate 100-year anniversary, 5 of our company, Suntory, Nika, ourselves, Ichiro, and Mars, we got together what we can do to appreciate and celebrate and appeal to whiskey lovers. Let's make a blend ourselves, switching our whiskey, each other, make our own blend, not only one single blend whiskey with 5 companies. We we got together all blender, not only us, 5 blenders from each company got together during the COVID. We set a meeting in a large room, get together, decide what we do. Switching or each company offer 5 different whiskey to present. Other company pick whatever they're interested in. So discuss what they want, what we make. Set some theme on each company, try to make, not to make same style of whiskey. Our company just wanted to make, I propose, fruity, their own company, their PD or Mizunara theme. Then, on that, some other company, like Shinji, asked me, do you have any other PD type? We don't make that much of PD, but we have so much. So he asked me extra, so we offer that with each other. So then come up with their own blend from each company. Made a blend, only available at the event, otherwise if we produce second market, third market, it's gonna be a lot of cause issues. But anyhow, we made so-called 100-year anniversary fellow distillers. That's the name of our theme. Made 5 different blended whiskey from 5 companies using 5 distilleries. That's the blend we talk about. Let's show friendship, fellows. So that's what.
Can I comment? Of course. This event is aim is ちょっとこれから日本語ですみません。このイベントの目的はお互いのブレンドを競うとかじゃなくて、商品を競うっていうものではなくて、この日本のウイスキー100年を支えてくれるお客様への感謝の気持ちっていうのが一番の目的なので、さっきジョータさんが言ったように、それぞれ比較されないように全部タイプを違うものを作りましょうということを最初に相談してやりました。で、本当に僕が先ほどのプレゼンで言ったように、日本ではそういったエクスチェンジの習慣がないので、私初めて余市の原酒を使わせてもらった、余市はそういうところで、拍手が山崎の原酒を使わせてもらったり、キリンさんのグレーン使わせてもらったり、イチローさんのところのCD 原酒なんかも使わせてもらったりで、 もうすごい興奮しましてですね、それを使って自分でブレンドができるっていうのは本当に興奮して楽しかったです。そういったことで我々はライバルであり、フェローであるということをもう一回お伝えしたい。長いです。
Okay, so the objective of the fellow whiskey was to show our appreciation to the customer who supported the whiskey industry for many years. So that's why the blender decided to make a different type of whiskey, not to be compared or not to be ranked one by one through five. This is and it was a fascinating experience for maybe for the for the old blenders to use the whiskey from the other distilleries, because as we mentioned, there is no to exchange casks for between the distillery for the commercial objective. So I personally tasted the old whiskey, so it was so unique. Everything was so unique, and it never happened in the past. It was also great for the people, not only for the consumers, but also for the people in the industry.
Very delicious. Sorry, I am running. Ollie, question.
Ollie from Managed Distillers. It seemed that all of you include blending as a key philosophy for Japanese whiskey and almost an identifier for Japanese whiskey. Do you worry with the number of much smaller producers starting in Japan who might not be able to produce the range of flavors that you guys are all producing to some degree? And if you do, how do you bring that philosophy across these new distilleries? How do you share what you have built over 100 years? And even personally, just sitting there, all of you have mentors within each company. How do you share that with new young distillers with much smaller distilleries?
Yes, and actually we are very surprised to see such kind of so many craft distilleries were born last 5-6 years. So to be honest, we maybe honestly and also in Suntory internal we don't have such kind of organization to mentor or to lead such kind of many distilleries so far. But probably we should think about it for the future. But at the moment, my feeling is not so bad because of the other Japanese category. Probably not only big three companies not good enough. Such a different distilleries available as a Japanese category itself can be much more popular and recognition to the world. The good opportunity, but at the same time, as you said, there are some risks. Some people doesn't understand in Japanese style, blah blah blah. But personally, I'm very positive feeling for that.
First of all, blending is not only the key elements being the Japanese. People focus on blending because we make a variety of whiskey to in our the reason why we focus on blending is even at a single what we achieve, like I mentioned in the presentation, what our driving force is to how we can inspire people, make people enjoy. I enjoy myself. Elements of flavors, blending different variety of malt. If when it comes to single malt, blended or even single grain, different nuances to make. So blending is the key element. So, but that is not the only being Japanese. So that's one thing. First comment. Then now lots of other craft distilleries are popping up. As long as they're doing good, I'm happy. They're not committed, like I mentioned. I see that, like Shinji mentioned, that's a good trends. As long as they follow the fundamentals and not doing wrong things, please people, let's grow together. So that's how I see. But this moment there's no such organization. There's some recently small group of craft distilleries trying to make some association. They're working on it. They're probably still recall this is in a moment. In a way, some people say I myself too, Japanese Renaissance. A lot more things going on. We don't know what's gonna happen, but we're open. I mean, we're not concerned about it. Just to be only concerned about if something happens around the world, or some people, even abroad, doing the wrong thing to take advantage of selling the Japanese-looking whiskey, charging a lot of stuff inside, totally different. That's the most concern I have. Not the small producers. That's a good way. Let's make it grow together. So that's what I see.
My opinion, it is related to my presentation. Probably Japanese craft distilleries, small producers looking at our company. Because we started in 2008. The newest, one of the oldest craft distilleries, 3-4 distilleries started in 2016. So probably I should keep doing probably the same. And then we make good whiskey. And taste is best way to keep your reputation. So I hope they will keep making good whiskey. It is most difficult thing in whiskey making is whiskey needs time. I hope they keep whiskey low older age, then release good whiskey. So that's the financial reason. It is very, sometimes very difficult. They want to sell quicker to get money. So this is important and most difficult aspect for whiskey making. Okay.
ちょっと質問の意味が 100% 理解できないかもしれない。これで合ってるかどうかわかんないんですけど、クラフト、会社でクラフト事務所さんに大手メーカーとしてどんなアドバイスをしたらいいかっていうことですかね。っていうところで、技術的なところは、多くの大手さんにいろいろサポートしていただけるかなと思うので、なんでしょう、私がさっきプレゼンで言ったように、いろんなさまざまなタイプを作るのが日本のウイスキーだよねっていうような話をしましたけど、なかなかクラフトさんだと、本当作り始めたばっかりで、そういったいろんなトライアルってすぐには多分難しいとは思うんですけれども、規模が小さいなり、だからこそ小回りが利いていろんなトライアルができると思うので、そういった試しながらですね、うちのウイスキーはこういう味ですよっていう、いわゆる自分のところのオリジナリティっていうところを見つけて、そこをきっちり伸ばしていけるような技術をアップしていっていただけるのがいいのかなって思います。すみません、なかなか私これでいいのかわかんない。
So, that is little thing that Nick can suggest, but he said, now we have big company are making a very different whiskey. But for France Distillery, which just started, it will be difficult to make too many varieties now. But so they don't need to stick to them. Instead, they can maximize the flow, the bean score, the being flexible. So they can try a lot of things and try to establish their own style first. This is rather in this process. I think being the bigger company is has another issue. So we a lot of some constraints. So if you want to do something new, we do a lot of things, internal things to get approval by the company. But I really in person, I really am in the small craft distillery because the decision making is good. This is very different. I think it is your advantage.
I think we had, yes, you, and then Alex, then Brendan. No, yeah. Yes, okay, fine. Set my mind.
Yes, I'm Xiao from Komoro, and it's very memorable and unbelievable moment that I sitting in front of these legendary figures, including Day2 yourself, and it's like watching Avengers assembled. And
I'm very rusty Irish.
I dream of being a whiskey blender in the future myself, and take this opportunity, I want to ask about my biggest mystery. So I read academic articles about whiskey making, and I study organoleptic articles as well, but I couldn't find the secret behind roundy, silky mouthfeel and some kind of bodiness I find from my favorite blended whiskeys. So theoretically, I have this hypothesis that it's somehow related to acidity because it stimulates the saliva, or it's coming from a long, mild maturation of grain whiskeys. So if that could be right or completely wrong, so if any one of you could answer or share your experience about this thing, because I think it's just gained from experiences from you.
So the silky, almost umami mouthfeel.
Yes.
Yeah. Who would like to talk about it? Just paraphrasing.
Right. And as I told in my presentation, an water nature climate is a very characteristics of Japanese whiskey. But sometimes the hot summer, hot humid summer, and too much extract in the spirit. So that's why we produce a bigger, older cask for longer maturation. So to make a balance spirit power and which extract content. And it's a whiskey producing process and from blender's point of view. So first is first point selection of the whiskey for blending. So blending first we selected some ages and different mosaic capsule and different classes. So image the final product, then select the each component whiskey. And sometimes there is some noise, as you said, but not completely mellow and clean. There is some noise. In that case, for example, it's kind of blending technique. We remove such kind of whiskey which make noises, or we put something else to mask to the noise. It's different blending technique. Giving whiskey, but otherwise reduced. It's quite interesting. Maybe such kind of trial and error, as he said, and then you are getting the certain skills. Firstly, focusing, knowing, tasting experience. That's why you cannot understand what's happening.
Okay. You mentioned the word as silky. Tonight, you tasted our single blended. The key flavor and comment silky.
I bought the bottle 2 days ago.
That's very salty. But anyhow, then speaking of umami, as David might you remember, we call our 3 grains umami brothers when we talk about our whiskey, each character, and what's the benefit of having the 3 grains. I call those 3 different grains: the Scottish, Canadian, the Bourbon style. 3 umami brothers. That some of those bring, adding, in my opinion, umami. Some whiskey lift up other umamis. So that's why I call umami brothers. So our grain plays that role. But that's one thing. The other, like Shinji mentioned, I don't know how, but in my opinion, silkiness, elegance, that's come from a belief. Slow, long aging. Not too much of heat, not too cold, but could be up and down, that's good. But slow aging, that's one, I think, a key element. Then, more important stuff is cask selection and blends, but more importantly, cask strength and cask selection. Make sure not to pick from even same batches. Unless you pay attention to it, you destroy the blends. That's, I would say.
Shall we see the question?
First, I would like deeply to thank you for such rich information and experience you gave to us today. So, great honor. Thank you so much. In only one afternoon, we get what we get usually in sometime in a year or more in your life. So, thank you so much. It's exactly the continuity. My question is exactly the grain of what you say. We facing as barrel providers a big challenge currently, especially with bourbon cask, but we not specialize ourselves in bourbon cask, but it's global, and we see the tension on the European wood coming because of this unbalance right now. I come from a wine experience. 15 years ago, the profile of the wine, even the one we were exporting to Japan, changed dramatically, not only because of the new world coming, but also because the way of making wine has to change, and at the same time, the palette of the new consumers were changing. But my question, only one, is with your, let's say, founder experience as Japanese producer of whiskey, of cask management, how do you face this new challenge, this situation right now where wood supply will change anyway?
Yes, basically the price is going up, and the supply is tighter than before. Then nowadays, as you know, sherry is seasoning in health is very popular. And also, bourbon barrel seasoning started. So probably cask environment is very is changing now. But in the future, I'm not sure what will it be. So I'm really worried about it.
Are you anticipating? That's my question is, how can we anticipate, I mean, from both sides, from the distilling side, but also as barrel makers and provider, how can we anticipate this switch?
Our cooperage.
Yes.
But our cooperage, the scale of our cooperage is very small. We only make mineral casks at the site. Of course, we fix barrels and change them from barrel to change barrel to hogshead. Yeah, but it's only mineral we are making. So we have to import sherry and barrel, sour. Is it okay? It covers your questions? Okay, thank you.
I'm going to have to jump with it. We're almost running out of time. I want to get as many questions as possible. Who's with you? Yes.
Hi, I'm from Tucson in South Korea. Thank you for your great speech. That was really helpful for us. Actually, my question is about when that manufacturing, do you have any specific methods or tools for you to predict how the new make will change during the maturation? Like the flavor, the scent, the aromas will change, but do you have any tools or methods to predict?
Can you predict what is going to happen? Is that what you're asking? Yeah. So what methods do you use to predict how the flavors will change?
From new make.
From new make.
From new make to this.
Yeah. How?
Well, yeah,
Impossible. I think it comes from experience.
Actually, the same question from the guy, we can't control the issues because the Barbaro's biggest suppliers nowadays, for example, tequila try to use a gas more. So when Whisky, this is much more than shortage gas supply. If they stop their distillation concern, so we can't control them. That's why, but fortunately, to make a whiskey takes a lot of time. We cannot solution only 1 year. We see that such kind of trend, and we manage our inventory not only 1 year, take several years. Sometimes we have to make a big decision, but any other time, just we keep the watching happening, then we need to ship in our cask inventory, then think about future brand. So it takes a time, it's only foolish design. It's the same answer to him to have.
Okay, now Brendan, you've been remarkably patient. And then David, back. So I have 7 questions. 2, if I can do it. Cindy, you referred to this earlier. Is it going to happen that Japanese distilleries will start to reciprocate trade casks backwards and forwards with each other as you grow, or is it just completely too far a concept to consider? I'm curious about it because I think that would help a lot of the smaller distilleries that are coming online. My second question, very quickly, is how much more needs to be added to the regulations that you're bringing, and how key is it that that becomes law rather than getting? I was going to call it the elephant in the room, I'm now going to call it the sunny side up, but yeah. Are you ever going to exchange tasks on a regular basis?
No.
Yeah, I said no too. One thing is not because of a competition, just because of our tradition. You know, Scottish why you swap not to people from Scotland? I mean, people just because of the industry, how it's conformed. We're not historically we do that. That makes us so unique. And like Shinji, we keep talking about variety. The reason why we were in a stage where we are right now is because we train ourselves, we learn ourselves, we challenge ourselves by doing challenging and trying to make a variety instead of having to swap each other. That's a good way to survive during the hardship or economic crashes.
Yes.
Let's stop. Maybe now we see our whiskey treasure, but our board of directors 10 years ago, 20 years ago, what you are going to do with this stock, dead stock? Now it's they say treasure. Of course, by swapping, you help others, help yours. But yeah, I don't think.
So I think I'm hearing maybe.
Actually, what is interesting is that quite a few of the smaller distillers are beginning to do collaborations and sharing casks, which is fascinating. Actually, did you know? That's one example.
Yes, we already exchanged the casks among the small producers. Then we already released collaborated with Mars. Yeah, Chichibu, Shinshu, and Shinshu. Yeah, we exchanged new street 6-7 years ago. Then we brand by ourselves, and we these two products. Yeah. Maybe in the future, many producers will do that alliance with small producers.
So definitely maybe.
And then the second part, the elephant in the room question. What is there a time frame for the agreement to become law? Because it's almost out of your hands at the moment, but what is the status of this?
Well, it's going to be hard, but I see that a positive trend. I see some rumor. Some people, influential people, start to talk about let's make it law, but it's not official announcement yet. See what happens, but it's really hard. But we believe that definition is still voluntary. But as August, April 1st of this year will be put in effect. Although still not enforcement, but that is you're the guy say aloud Japanese whiskey is very important. People, importer, producer all over the world needs to realize what that Japanese whiskey should be. It's not law, but that we need to follow. Otherwise, the market as a whole will crash. That's we really concerned about. So instead of focus on to put a lot of labor and time and making it law, instead that definition say out loud, word by mouth, to spread around, make sure people understand what the Japanese going should. That not only protect our whiskey, Japanese per se, but whiskey industry as a whole will be secure. That's I believe.
Thank you, Jota. So, I just want to squeeze in one before when we have to finish. And I know you're essentially in agreement with that. So behind you.
Behind you! Hi, David Thompson, Spirit of Yorkshire, the 17th country. So we're fourth generation barley farmers, and our business started in growing barley, brewing and then distilling. The panel seem very reliant on English and Scottish barley. Does that concern you at all?
Yeah. It's because the supply.
The back here last year, so,
Also, John, three, the right.
It was a particularly difficult season last year growing malting barley, as the malters will stand up and say as well. So, the vagaries of the weather, it's not been a brilliant season for us, it might be next year, but are the panel concerned about supply of barley and malt moving forward, and how do they protect themselves?
Are you concerned about the supply of barley moving forward?
Sorry, I'm not in the procurement at all, but as far as I know, the risk management, one of the risk management is to have secure several suppliers from several countries. It is the only way to protect.
Yes, I'm not in the procurement either, but not only the harvest issues, but also nowadays it's very difficult time, like Ukraine issues or COVID. That's why, as her said, she said that not only the one sources, but different sources, and even domestic individual countries, which about that. But yes, it's a very big issue for us, not a solution. So, but we are now seeing about.
Because barley is agricultural produce, so you have to purchase from different places. Because maybe 10 years ago, in Chichibu area, all barley was went bad because of the long rain, long time. So I realized at that time we cannot 100% local barley product. So you have to purchase different places.
As long as you buy some from our sponsor, Chris. I'm afraid that is the end. We could go on for a lot longer. That's an absolute fantastic. I didn't expect the exercise halfway through. Fascinating talk. Please put your hands together for everyone.